get when you're sitting as a vet. But everybody know that you're a threat. With the rest, let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Look, I try to tell you we don't fit in your box. Why you try to box me and I got the key to unlock? I know the locksmith, optics, speak of the lots. I'm eating lobster, chopsticks, freaking the boss. You know, I'll never fit in where I go at. Ooh, boss talk like I'm Boaz. Why fit in when you know you can stand out still? They remember you more when you hand out deals. Let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No, don't box me in. I do my own thing. Spirit is right within. I got my own way. Violent is not within. Look at the way that I do my ops again. Oh, better let me loose. You know that I got the juice. Everything I got to do. Words that I speak out my mouth, I gotta move. Oh, we can't fit in your box. We too cold to get low. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Thank you, Ben, for coming out tonight. My name is Son of Augustine. Let's go. as a vet, but everybody know that you're a threat. With the rest, let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Tell you we don't fit in your box. Why you try to box me and I got the key to unlock? I know the locksmith, optics, speak of the lots. I'm eating lobster, chopsticks, freaking the boss. You know, I'll never fit in where I go at. Ooh, boss talk like I'm Boaz. Ooh, why fit in where you know you can stand out still? They remember you more when you hand out deals. Let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Don't box me in. I do my own thing. Spirit is right within. I got my own way. Father is loud within. Look at the way that I do my ops again. Oh, better let me loose. You know that I got the juice. Everything I got to do. Words that I speak out my mouth, I gotta move. Oh, oh, we can't fit in your box. We too cold to get low. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Thank you, Ben, for coming out tonight. My name is Son of Augusta. Let's go.
الأول الانتصار من زكريا كروس جيمينج وحش.
Wassalamu alaikum. Hello and welcome everybody. We're getting ready for day number 2 right here in phase 3. My name is DK, of course. We're going to be taking you through all the action to see what our teams are going to be bringing out onto the battlefield. Today is going to be a very exciting one as so far phase 3 has gotten off to a very tough and competitive start, right? We've seen 3 teams essentially dominating yesterday, with 2 of those getting back-to-back winner chicken dinners, that of course being R8 and Quest. So I think today is going to be quite a day to see what these teams will be bringing out onto the battlefield, especially seeing that today we are moving into our Miramar day. So Miramar heavy day, we are going to be having 3 Miramars being played, so there will be a lot of opportunity for the teams to try and secure as many crazy points as they possibly can. But of course, as we know by this point, we are going to be taking a look at a few stats from our teams before we are going to be getting anywhere close to that first match of the day. So much info to work our way through before we will get an opportunity to see exactly what these teams are going to be bringing in. Of course, as we know also then, right, we are going to be playing today, then we have a break moving into tomorrow before returning into day number 3, right, which is going to be that final push to get us much closer to the final. So it's all going to come down to what the teams will be bringing out, and of course who's going to be those top contenders stepping out onto the battlefield. Now, especially with today being the Miramar heavy day, we do have a few teams, as we know, that are pretty proficient, right, when it comes to the map of Miramar. So R8, as well as the side of GEEKAY, they've really been able to capitalize quite substantially, securing themselves already 3 winner chicken dinners so far throughout this league. So I think that kind of creates a bit of an expectation. I think those could be the teams that have a very high probability, right, of having quite a successful day here. And of course, as we know, R8 already sitting at the top of the board, at least for this phase. So the pressure is going to be on. But we'll be taking a look at all of that. Speaking of R8, let's start off with their stats. You can see SKTon, Ragnarok, Ida, and Prestige. With Prestige being able to evade quite a bit of the sprays, being able to dip, dive, duck, and dodge their way on through. SKTon definitely being capable of delivering quite a bit of damage. As you can see, 1,728, culminating into 11 eliminations. So that puts us on about, well, exactly the amount of eliminations that they've been able to secure so far throughout this phase. So very strong representation coming through on their end. Of course, R8 got themselves the first and second winner chicken dinners, right? So that was Miramar and Erangel. Oof. And after that, things went a little bit more challenging, right? They weren't exactly able to uphold that momentum coming back into match number 4. But I think today is going to be the big one to see just how much momentum these teams can maintain. Because as we've also had across the previous few days, right, teams really stepping up. They have their moments of amazement that is going to be coming through. And then after that, it proves to be quite challenging to keep on replicating those efforts. But apparently, according to what we see come through from ProTap, NIGMA Galaxy, this is going to be their day, right? Today will be NIGMA Galaxy Day. I mean, they have a little bit of climbing to do based on their positioning currently with regards to this board, right? Sat all the way down in 15th position with only 13 points. Definitely not the strongest start that we've seen come through for NIGMA Galaxy, but as we know, they are a very capable team, so they can definitely look to bring in a bit of change. A few of the other teams that have also stepped it up is, of course, the side of Quest and Vision, coming through with 25 and 29 eliminations respectively. But what was especially exciting looking at Quest yesterday is they were the team that secured themselves the most placement points across the board, so culminating on 28. So that shows that they really just knew how to work their way through, get themselves into those later stages, and just survive. They were pretty consistent with it as well. So I think it was a glorious day, especially looking at the performances coming through from the side there of Quest. But today's going to be the big day, right? To see how they are going to be faring when it comes to Miramar. Because if we look at the performance for Quest on the map of Miramar, they are sat within the top 5. So they have had 2 winner chicken dinners with a total of 79 eliminations being secured with 42 placement points. That all adds up to 121 points. So not a bad point, a bad place rather to be in. So they're going to have to put up quite a bit of a defense, right? The other team we were looking at there was Vision Esports as well. Now, Vision, they find themselves a little bit lower down. They are currently sat in about 11th place with regards to Miramar, with a grand total of 93 points being secured, 65 eliminations. So there is a little bit of a difference. But what really counts in the favor of a team like Quest is their ability to consistently secure more placement points, right? Quest, 42 placement points. Looking at the side of Vision, sitting on 28. So there is quite a bit of a difference between that. I mean, Vision, they've also had the opportunity to secure themselves that winner chicken dinner. But I think it's going to come down to just how these teams will be able to navigate the terrain, navigate the positions, and get themselves exactly where they need to go. So that's essentially what it all boils down to, right? Whether or not RNG is on their favor and they can actually get themselves not only in a good position, but then secure good persistent rotations moving forward. Another team that's also really been stepping it up, of course, has been the side here of IKURD, right? IKURD, again, looking at what they've been doing across the board, you can see them holding some pretty strong averages, of course, locked into the 6th place for this phase, sitting on a very comfortable 26 points. But overall, I mean, IKURD, they've also just in general been able to climb up the board, securing a 13th place on the overall standings, which is a little bit different to what we had in the previous phase, right? The previous season, rather. They ended the league stage on 417 points. Much, much further up the standings, up the rankings, all the way into 3rd. This time, they are, well, currently sat 10 slots lower. So I don't know if we are going to be seeing that same kind of performance come through from IKURD. Maybe they could be looking to surprise us as we push a little bit further in, right? Who knows? It could still definitely change up. But as we've seen, especially moving into Phase 2, IKURD definitely started to up the ante. Phase 1 was a little bit of a tough one for them. But so far, Phase 3, I mean, holding on to 6th position, also then with 26 points. I mean, it's not a bad plot, not a bad spot to be in, not at all. Yeah, that Miramar play that we saw there, that was a very, very sweaty one. We do have Habib thanking for the English broadcast. Well, Habib, it's my pleasure. Thank you so much for being here. But yeah, it is almost going to be go time for us as we are drawing nearer and nearer to see exactly what our teams are going to be doing with the very first Miramar of the day. Of course, we are going to be taking a look at the overall leaderboards as well to get a bit of idea as to where we are and how they are going to be able, right, to climb, how much climbing they actually need to bring on through. So I was mentioning NASR as well. We've also been talking about them quite a bit yesterday, looking to see if NASR is going to be able to push as much as they need to, because currently they sit up in 16th position on the overall rankings with only a 4-point lead. So every additional point that they can find here is going to be of the utmost importance. And of course, the team that's chasing them is going to be the ARB champions, right? Just 4 points behind. But looking at the stats that we've got here, NASR definitely locking in a lot more damage. And of course, just a slight few more eliminations. But again, what counts in the favor there of NASR is the fact that they are capable of just looking to capitalize on as much of the aggression here. So they have 7 more eliminations than that of the ARB champions. Of course, looking at their current positioning in the phase, as we saw there, 22-21, right? So things very, very similar, but NASR still being able to hold on to a slight lead with regards to the placement points, right? They've got 11, where the ARB champions are positioned on 5. So that does create a little bit of a gap. But the heat, the pressure is going to start to build as we progress through this day. Also looking at both teams with regards to their Miramar performances, we do see the players then from NASR, I mean, having a little bit of a tough run in comparison to the players that we've had so far from the ARB champions, right? ARB champions sitting on 62 total points, where NASR find themselves sitting on 51. But NASR have been able to secure that winner chicken dinner, right? So we want to see a little bit more of the action now click into position, because especially on a Miramar heavy day, if NASR don't find the way to push forward, Miramar is going to be quite a bit of a trouble for them, right? They are currently sat all the way down in 19th position out of all 20 teams with regards to their Miramar performance. So that kind of, sets the bar. They need to up the ante. And of course, speaking about the antes, right, we are going to be taking a look at our leaderboards, our standings here as well, as we have the squad there from R8. Very comfortably secured up in pole position. Glorious 30 eliminations. Then coming through with those 2 winner chicken dinners. I mean, Quest also just looking to heat it up as best they possibly can. Vision holding strong and steady as we saw them picking up that last winner chicken dinner of yesterday. But of course, the buck stops all the way at that 8th place, right? So still need to see how much movement can come through. And of course, into the last match of yesterday, ONYX Ravens, they actually moved up 6 positions all the way into 7th. Now, on the second page, you can see Brute Force and Falcons also then situated in their respective positions there, their respective spots. With GEEKAY all the way up in 9th place as well. But as we venture a little bit further down, that is where we'll find RTG, NextX, CONQUEROR Iraq, as well as the side of the GANGSTERS Esports. So I'm curious to see how all of this is going to play out, right? We are getting closer. So especially the teams that are quite aggressive and have had quite a bit of a run when it comes to Miramar, I think they are going to be having quite a bit of a comfortable run here, right? Really playing within their nature, playing in their comfort zone. But I feel the teams that are in a position where they need to put a little bit more focus on Miramar, today's a great opportunity to maybe see that focus now being played out, maybe having a good run. But I think at the same time also, things might turn out a little bit tough on their end. Especially as we're going to be making it through the day. Also going to be looking at a team like KR-E-SPORTS, for instance, to see whether or not they'll be able to secure their first winner chicken dinner. Same, of course, can be said for the side of IKURD. IKURD also, having played 17 Miramars, not yet had the luxury of a winner chicken dinner. But as I mentioned, it is Miramar Day. So match 1, 3, and 5 is going to be Miramar. For 2 and 4, we are going to be heading into Sanhok. And a little bit of that Erangel action as well, to see what our teams are going to be bringing on in. Of course, you need to balance it out a little bit, right? You can't just have 5 straight runs of Miramar coming through. But as we've already been talking about it, right, here are our top performers. So R8, GEEKAY, NIGMA, Falcons, as well as the players then coming through from the side there of Quest. Quest holding on to some pretty strong stats, sitting with a very comfortable 79 eliminations. They've also been able to deal quite a bit of damage. Right, so starting at R8, we've got 95 eliminations. GEEKAY sitting on 84. Then we've got the players from Quest, sitting on 79. And then we make our way through. So some very high figures coming through with regards to those total eliminations. But again, right, the opportunity is there for these teams to really huddle down, get their butts into gear, and focus as much of the effort as they can onto these games. Now, of course, heading into today, the first match of the day, we know that the players there from Group E are going to be sitting it out on this one, right? So they will only be joining us once we venture into our second match of the day. So it is going to be quite a bit of a push that now needs to come through. So the participants in Group A consist of CONQUEROR Iraq, ONYX Ravens, Team Falcons, as well as W7, right? So they're going to be looking on from the lobby, while the rest of the teams will have the opportunity to play that first game. So Falcons definitely out of that group, being the highest placed one, holding on to 4th place overall for Miramar. We got the ONYX Ravens then situated in 8th place, W7 down in 13th, and then of course CONQUEROR Iraq in 17th. So this is going to be the day also for a team like CONQUEROR Iraq, for instance, right, to definitely try and put a little bit more focus in onto those performances and see if they can find the success that they need to try and climb up those leaderboards. It's going to be a tough one, right? So if you guys have any predictions, any thoughts as to what you think the outcome of the day is going to be, feel free to let me know in the chat, right? If you're here to support a specific team, let us know. Give us the shout-outs. And of course, as we know, as we are encroaching on our first Miramar, give me your prediction with regards to where you want to see the flight path go, where that zone could potentially forming, or even where you think the end of the game is going to be, right? What region, what territory? Is it going to be Picado, San Martin, Power Grid? Is it going to go over to Ruins, Trailer Park? Right, is it going to pull all the way down to Puerto, or maybe go into a place with no name? Can be so many different places. Of course, you can see all the continued support coming through here for NIGMA Galaxy. I mean, this is actually quite surprising looking at how NIGMA has been playing in this season so far. Last season, they were absolutely dominating when it came to the side of Miramar. This time around, I mean, still holding a pretty strong performance, but they've been overtaken by the side of GEEKAY and R8. Now, another team that we're also going to be looking at is, I think, the side of Brute Force, right? Last season, phenomenal run. 7 winner chicken dinners that they were able to secure here. So far, Brute Force only sitting on 1. So it's not exactly the exact kind of Brute Force that we've had in that spring season. But maybe we could see things fall into place for them. Let's see a few things that we got in the chat here. NIGMA needs to be top 5. NIGMA going to go number 1 today. We are going to have more sound and video issues like yesterday. No. Everything is fine. Everything is exactly the way it's supposed to be today. As I said yesterday, when something that I haven't said yet today, is that yesterday I said Phase 3, the start of Phase 3 is going to be quite interesting, quite exciting. And that's what it was, right? It was very interesting to see all the different gremlins coming out. So far today, everything is up and running exactly as it's supposed to be. Smooth sailing moving forward. So, yes, let's just coast on through to see exactly what our teams are going to be bringing. But yeah, if you've got any thoughts, let me know, right? Curious to hear what your thoughts are. Do you think NIGMA are going to be able to secure that first winner chicken dinner? Maybe they'll get chicken dinner on match number 3 or match number 5. Looking at their positioning here, NIGMA definitely going to stop the buck and game number 4, so they won't have the opportunity to play that last one, right? So the Group A, they're going to be playing the first 4 matches of the day, and that's where it stops for them. As NIGMA Galaxy fans, seeing Coops getting taken out early on often, need to see less of that, but earlier is easier said, yeah, but it's easier said than done. Yes, especially going up against the caliber of teams that you have here, right? It is so exceptionally difficult, especially to get the performance that teams like R8, GEEKAY, what they've been bringing in. I mean, they've been really just playing so beautifully, especially this season. I mean, GEEKAY sitting on 84 eliminations of Miramar. We've got R8 sitting on 95. And then we've got GEEKAY sitting on 76, right? So at least looking at with regards to eliminations, NIGMA 8 behind GEEKAY. So there's quite a bit of a gap. I mean, 8 eliminations can make quite a bit of a difference here. But of course, we are just waiting to see exactly what kind of flight path and zone these teams will need to work with. N4Z saying, Goops with 14 eliminations. Right. For real, Goops need to step back up. I mean, Coops definitely has the capability of bouncing back, right? A lot of that bounce back ability, BBA, right? We want to see that now come through. I'm not quite sure what the kind of play is that we've been having so far from their end, because, as I mentioned, right, the entirety of this phase, NIGMA are much further down the leaderboard, which is a little bit odd, right? Phase 1, Phase 2, they were holding on to quite a substantial positioning, but this time around, Phase 3, Week 3, yeah, I don't quite know what's happening. But of course, yesterday was a very confusing day just in general, right? The zones doing odd things, strong teams getting taken out really early on, teams that have been having a bit of tough time really stepping up, playing amazing games. So, yeah, I think it's all going to come down to what the teams will be doing with what curveballs they are going to be thrown. Thank you so much for the comment and the compliment there, Payne. Appreciate you. We need Drove back into play. Well said, Freak. We need Goat Coops. Yeah. I mean, so all we can do is wait at this point, right? I can't exactly see who's in the groups, who's in the teams, who's going to be stepping out onto the battlefield. No idea. No idea. But we'll be seeing pretty soon exactly who that is. All right, so I just got the idea that we are going to be hopping in. We should be just mere moments away. So if you want to drop your predictions for flight path, for zone, now would be the time to get them in. Tell me, where do you think the flight path is going to go? Is it going to go from north to south, east to west, northwest to southeast, the other way around, right? Where do you think it's going to be taking us? And of course, where do you think that zone is going to be popping up as well? I mean, especially looking at what we've got on Miramar, right? A zone essentially going in any direction could be very exciting. In the meanwhile, let's get right down to business. As we are going to be starting from what seems up north. Ooh, we're starting up at Oasis. still want to see an ace zone, right? Definitely not something that I think we've really seen all that much of. But here we go. Lane about to hit that halfway mark as you continue to just trek on through. So slightly more to the northwest, or northeast rather. It's not going to be too impactful with regards to where these teams can reach. I mean, even going into a position like Monte Nuevo, Ladriera, Chumacera, right, just a quick trip in the vehicle and boom, you are there. But I think the big kicker here is going to be that zone. Let's wait and see exactly what the zone is going to be throwing at us. Ooh. A little bit of action right out of the gate. Oh, northeastern zone. The gangsters probably going to try and get themselves out of next X and then push all the way up into Campo Militar. I think that could be the play. If Quest, rather the gangsters survive that position up in La Cobreria. The rest of the lobby with a decent spread. Triple, again, going to be opting down in towards Puerto. NIGMA going for the usual drop just south of Los Leones. That's quite interesting because there's nothing really there, right? Aside from the cave that we've got and a few of those scattered compounds. But let's see what the north is going to bring in. Ooh, La Cobreria already starting to heat up. Mexico getting found. And that is at least one down. Next X, they've been having some pretty tough time when it comes to survivability on Miramar. Right, they've only been able to accumulate a grand total of 8 placement points. So it's not exactly, I would say, their favorite map at this stage. But they have been able to have quite a successful run on several of our other maps, right? Sanhok, Erangel, Next X having slightly better odds when it comes to those maps. But I think especially now with Next X having the opportunity to play a lot more of the games here. I mean, they are in exactly the same group as NIGMA Galaxy, right? So they are also going to be stopping at match number 4. So they'll only have to play through 2 Miramars. So it's not going to be too much of an upset for them. But again, we want to see that focus and determination come through. Looking to see if they can push into those later stages. At least making it up potentially beyond the top 8, right? Playing for like top 5, somewhere around about there. In the meanwhile, we've got NASR slowly rotating on up. A bit of a spread in and around the lovely power grid. Curious to see how NASR are going to be looking to rotate through this one. Are they maybe going to move from where they are right now up in towards Hacienda del Patron, potentially maybe San Martin, or are they going to opt for a more northern or southern rotation to get themselves situated? Yeah, so Group A, they end the day at match 4. Right, so they won't play match 5. So Gangsters, Next X, NIGMA, and Twisted. They are going to be playing Miramar Sanhok, Miramar Erangel, and done. Right, all the other teams are going to be playing a slightly different loadout, but either which way, still going to be playing through quite a bit of it. Right, so things are nice and quiet. Speaking about quiet, Twisted making a bit of a play here closer in towards that center zone. So Al Azhar, or at least the western side of Al Azhar, just being off center. So it's pretty close to it. Of course, looking at Twisted here, we usually see them also pull all the way up in towards like Cruz del Valle, somewhere around about there. So I guess to see if that is going to be the play to make for them yet again today. Right, so GEEKAY also now looking for a bit of a looty loot all the way up here in towards Picado. We do have Xenox creeping a little bit closer up on that hill, moving in from the northwestern side. But I'm not quite sure whether or not Xenox is going to be looking to apply any plays down on towards them. Meanwhile, Quest essentially sent to Zorn up here in Al Azahar. A lot of peace and tranquility, which is quite odd, especially in our first match. I expect things could be changing up in the next 2 minutes or so as the teams are going to be starting their rotations, looking to push on forward. Alright, up comes the side of KR as well. We're looking to climb up that hill. Very, very close to the side of Quest. We could see Quest now potentially coming into render range, as Al Azhar is just over the ridge here. RTG going to be pushing in from that southwestern side with a potential play coming through from Slime Machine as well, right? So KR could have quite a few visitors looking to take a bit of a pit stop. It's a Slime Machine having nothing but options up ahead. Ooh. You can see a little bit of that RTG rotation off in the distance as well. So that could get quite exciting. Meanwhile, NIGMA getting ready for their own push all the way up from that far southern reach. The blue zone does catch up. But again, this being first phase, the team's not going to be all too concerned. They are going to be willing to sip a little blue juice as they make their way up into the safe area. You got R8 also now joining much, much closer to center. Yeah, Twisted, they've definitely committed to Cruz, to that Cruz del Valle position. So that is going to be a nice little bit of a hidey hole. In the meanwhile, we do see the gangsters actually starting to creep up on Next X all the way towards the northern edge of zone. So curious to see if there's going to be any engagement coming through on that end. Meanwhile, Slime Machine also just closing the gap, as we can see, onto the lovely players there from KR Vision. Taking a bit of a position as well. So there is going to be quite a bit of congestion coming up, especially now that the Zoran has pulled over on towards the eastern side. I mean, Triple, they've got a very comfortable rotational pathway. As you can see, essentially just leading straight in towards the zone. I don't think anyone is going to find them, at least not yet. Alright, so it does seem like the Gangsters and Next X have been able to evade each other, at least for the time being. So Gangsters are going to be taking the road. Ooh, that could open up the opportunity for a bit of a play there from Twisted Minds. So we've only lost one player so far. So let's see what this match will have in store for us. Hope, Santa, Ragnar, and the rest of GEEKAY just going about their business. The predictions coming through as well. So we've got Quest, Twisted, R8, and NIGMA. I'm gonna go a little bit wide, right? I'll go for Brute Force. See if Brute Force can maybe clutch this one out. We haven't seen anything from them just yet. They are currently rotating through San Martin. I like this play coming through from Quest as well, essentially getting themselves out of that Al Azahar position, instead moving up onto the hills. I mean, especially getting caught in a town like Al Azahar is going to prove quite difficult to rotate out of, especially that it is, seeing that it is encircled by hills on either side. So definitely does put you in quite a difficult spot to rotate out of. In the meanwhile, ARP playing up towards the side here of Slime Machine. No major upsets coming through just yet. In ARB, they've been having a decent run, 50 eliminations. Again, placement points not too kind to them, only sitting with 12. They could definitely look to add a few more to their tally. I mean, NIGMA only 26 eliminations ahead of that, but they have almost triple the amount of placement points in comparison. Now it is going to be Brute Force swinging in as they do find Spec. It's a good start. NASR now going to try and rotate their way back into a little bit of that safety. As we can see, players now starting to converge, pushing further and further into the zone. Of course, curious to see where the pop's going to go. Is it going to pull up north? Is it going to go, ooh, no, down to the south, moving into the mountains. Ooh, wow, this is going to be a very, very tough one. I mean, we are essentially in a place that has no name. Center zone occupied by a nice little bit of a cherry on top. As you can see, that loot crate just waiting there for someone to move in. Of course, quite a bit of contention are going to come through on the edge of zone. So especially looking at teams like Quest, GEEKAY, potentially even the side there of Twisted Minds, right? They find themselves in a position where they can actually relegate who is going to be allowed into the zone and who will have to look on from that lobby. So Triple now getting themselves positioned, and rightly so, as we have NIGMA not too far away. Triple definitely being able to secure themselves a few more, a rather more consistent placement with regards to positioning, right? So far sitting on a grand total of 27. Just decent for where they find themselves within their Miramar rankings. Meanwhile, Prestige now pulling all the way up into the side here of KR. Oh, maybe a little bit risky. I mean, R8 proving that they are the strongest team so far on this map. At least for the season. But making bold plays like this could not be the easiest one to play through. A lot of that ridge positioning now being played out. Meanwhile, chaos ensues up into the northwestern side of zone with NASR, Quest, and Brute Force now all starting to converge. Here we go. We got pre-pot feed done. Oh, and a bit of a standoff. Oh, but the nade from Kante is in. Ado goes down. Alhaji doing some phenomenal work right here. It's unfortunately for Alhaji. Xenox is going to be able to at least escape for the time being. But that doesn't mean all too much just yet. Meanwhile, a bit of follow through, a bit of that continuation is going to come in. Looking to try and secure as many hits as they can. Brute Force now having to lick their wounds down to a 2-piece. But still holding on to a bit of an angle here. That can definitely be played by the side of KR and R8. As the zone now just pulls to the center. This is where it is going to be absolute bloodshed. You can see Triple close to the center position. But KR R8 now in a position where they can definitely look to capitalize. Just gatekeep the teams moving it through. I mean, look at that beautiful ridge line they've got. Neos, unfortunately, will fall to Ida and Prestige. Yeah, this is definitely not the brute force that we've seen in the previous season. I mean, also back in Phase 2, they had one glorious run to themselves that winner chicken dinner. I'm not sure if they're maybe trying different tactics or just something completely different. Ooh. But this is not the brute force we know. Unfortunately, it is going to end the road right there, as brute force is our first team out. And he's managing to secure themselves those 2 eliminations. Now Vision going to be falling victim to Alhaji's spray. Next X could look to play upside as well, as they are coming through just from the east. But again, a very contentious edge of zone coming through here. 3 teams in very close proximity. We are going to be seeing fights breaking out all over the place, right? Up here in the north, over towards the west. Potentially maybe even onto the northeastern side. But again, the teams need to be quite vigilant at this point. Everyone's just been holding off on engagements, right? No one has been applying too much pressure, but now, as we kick it into high gear, the action is going to come through. Gangsters going to be looking to find a bit of a trade there on the side of Twisted Minds. Both teams very similar with their plays. I mean, Gangsters, they have the more consistent placement point feed flow coming through in their directions, whereas Twisted Minds, they are the more aggressive team out of the two, sitting with 89 eliminations in comparison to the 67 coming through for the Gangsters. So Twisted definitely not shying away from letting a little bit of lead loose. Right. Meanwhile, Sly Machine are going to be fighting on the western front. You got GEEKAY and IKURD just to their north. ARB and RTG holding on to that eastern side. Oh, now WAF sneaking in a cheeky play. So they do find Al-Hajj. Saif down on their knees. Easy Kante. Going to be trying to figure out who they're going to push, right? Are they going to push into Vision? Maybe try to make a play on towards next X. You definitely go either which way. With Easy and Tapok. Oh, just listen to that spray. Alright, so now Quest reliant on Easy, but unfortunately Tapok makes it look so easy as they just lock in a very amazing play. And that is the end of the road. Down to 13 teams we go. Now, it's going to be next X trying their hand at a little bit of Vision here. Vision not exactly being put in a very tough position, as that res on Saif is going to come through, hopefully. Looking at the spread that they can work with here. Meanwhile, over on towards the northwestern side, it is KRR8 and NASR rather fighting it out. You can see that feed now just lighting up. J7 managing to secure a few. Oh, but here comes the push, the play. Vision now going to be knocking on the side of Next. Vision are deciding they are done with waiting, right? They heard Next X now pushing forward onto them, trying to capitalize. But Next X now just so persistent, laying waste to, well, a big portion of the Next X squad. Oh, that is a good hidey spot. That is a good one, as don't worry now has to really worry. TVS coming out. And there we have it. Vision managing to take them down. Next X getting sent out with 1 elim. Alright, with that, we are down to only 12 teams. Tapok is about to be brought back on their feet. Meanwhile, towards the north, it is going to be Twisted. Oof. AZ not looking all too healthy here. At least Twisted still holding on to a 3-piece. NASR now trying to play a little bit of Matrix, trying to dodge the spray down with Xenox and J7 trying to push. But unfortunately, well, they are going up against a pretty tough contender here. Prestige. Oh, Santa sneaking it in from the edge. With that, we have knocks all over the place. You can see at least sitting with 6 knocks currently held on the board. Scratch that, make it 7 as Ragnarok now joins the party. R8 essentially now relying on Prestige to see whether or not they can survive the onslaught coming through from Santa. And the answer is yes, a very effortless play. And that is going to be the end of GEEKAY. good work coming in from the side there of NASR as well. Definitely looking to capitalize. I mean, they have been sent out with at least 6 points to their name. It's a good run. Now, speaking about good runs, let's see whether or not Twisted can get the job done as RTG steps up and deals with R8. Wow, 5 elims in 8th place. Feels a little bit strange. Now, Twisted essentially have quite a bit of free reign. They're looking onto the western side of zone. But again, Triple find themselves blessed with a beautiful position. They haven't had any need to move. So this could be their play. This could be their chance, their game. To secure exactly what they need to bring on through. Meanwhile, Twisted going to be looking to play a little bit of elevation. As you can see, we got RTG and Vision. Both teams yet to rotate up into safety, but it's going to be Discrim now looking to make that call, make that play, taking the plunge. ARB champions, though, will get backed up as well. 7th place with 4 elims. Oh, beautiful, quick, effortless nade. RTG might find themselves in a bit of a tough position, but that is not going to stop them. Meanwhile, Dammy's still going to be looking to play Overwatch. I like the focus coming through here. RTG, very exposed. Not quite sure what Reva is going to try and play out there. But with that, we do say goodbye to the side of Vision Esports, right? So now the final 5 teams left to duke it out. We got the solo there from KR-E-SPORTS, Ali. Just below Twisted. Oh, but in the meanwhile, Twisted, they got to focus all their efforts across the way. No one has found Triple just yet. I think it's safe to say that Triple has also not found anyone else, right? They've not had a single elimination. But here we go. NIGMA coming through from the southern edge. They could definitely get the jump in on Triple. As they have the positioning. See Twisted being quite hesitant to give up that high ground. They know what advantage it can present them. But now, well, they have to ensure that they just remain within the zone as they do start to move a little bit further closer. Again, not giving up that edge control. NIGMA now going to be trying to time a few sprays. See them quite frantically just searching the horizon. Looking for a few pixels that could seem out of place. Ooh, Dammy coming so close to almost locking onto target. Unfortunately, the pesky tree is in the way. But a very calculated play coming through from Triple. I mean, they've been keeping very, very quiet. Maybe that could be the exact momentum they need. See the zone getting ready to pop as well. Where is it going to take us, though? Is it going to stay pretty much where it is? Ooh, yes, it just sent us up. So it is going to be forcing the teams now to move. So Twisted and NIGMA will have to play their hand. Look to see if they can get themselves situated. But this is the opportunity now for Triple to look to capitalize on their positioning. Meanwhile, Coop's getting down to business, trying to suppress any potential rotations coming through from RTG. As you can see, Groza Reva already managing to find themselves in a bit of a dip. We still need to see Kalaga and Rio now rejoin back with them. Ooh, but Crypto is hammering in those blows across the way. Unfortunately, the AWAM in the hand of Lord is going to be just whooping Kalaga out of that vehicle. So they won't necessarily be able to get themselves secured into zone. Up comes Lord again with those AWAM hits. But this time pointing it in the direction of Twisted Minds. AZ just being pinned down. Can't exactly move out, and once that head pops, that is it. Dami now focusing in as they do find Ali. That is KR finding their end right in first place. But here we go. Top 4. I'm getting ready for a bit of a showdown. None of the teams within our top 5 for Miramar are currently alive here. I mean, Twisted, they are in just outside of the top 5, but let's see whether or not any of these plays are going to come through. As NIGMA now starts to advance as well, looking for a bit of a push, a bit of an angle. Oh, there we go. There we go. The hits getting locked in. AZ is down. Triple down to essentially, well, just one, right? Sitting with 7 eliminations to their name. NIGMA already been able to lock in at least 6. But I like the angle being held there by the result. Starting to push a little bit further north as Coop sends in the nade onto Reba. This could be the opener that NIGMA now need to get that rush secured. RTG Rio trying to huddle up behind the vehicle. Ooh. But it is going to be a push coming in from both ends, right? Twisted and the side of NIGMA. Now descending down upon them. Meanwhile, Lord getting found out in the open. Dami trying to make the most out of what they've got to work with here. NIGMA also essentially down to 1. I'm not seeing Coops being able to pull off these 2 reses. Yep, there we go. The confirmation comes through. It's the end of Coops. And we are down to the final play. It is going to be Dami from Twisted going up against the entirety of Triple. The hits are in, and that is it. Triple Esports securing their very first winner chicken dinner on a Miramar for this season. Amazing play. They've been quiet for quite some time throughout this match. Only picking up those 4 eliminations. But at the end of the day, chicken dinner is what a chicken dinner is, right? It is victory coming their way. So what a performance we saw then from the side of Triple Esports. Also, Twisted Minds really being able to bank on quite a bit of those eliminations. We saw them ending on, I think it was about 9 eliminations. Then, of course, NIGMA doing their thing, right? Also hitting quite a few heavy blows, making a pretty strong effort to push for those double-digit eliminations. Unfortunately, not getting close enough to that, but Lord with that AWM, man, that thing is absolutely scary if used properly, like we saw. So well done to the teams there, finishing quite strong on this one. Of course, as a result of this, you know, there is going to be a little bit of a different distribution with regards to the points. As we know, at least I think everyone tried their best to get those plays secured. But yeah, a really strong performance coming through from Twisted, Triple, and then, of course, the side of NIGMA. NIGMA's being no strangers to this, right? It is what it is. But yeah, if you're just joining us in the chat, wassalamu alaikum. Welcome. So, match number 1 of the day. The first Miramar, done and dusted. We still have 4 more to go. But before we get in, we're remotely close to that. We need to take a look at those match rankings to see exactly how these teams did, how many points they were able to secure. And then, of course, we are going to be heading over into our damage graph to see how much damage they've done. And then we're going to see how that impacts our phase rankings. The meanwhile is going to be Twisted sitting on a very comfortable 15 eliminations. Those 15 points in total, rather. The 9 eliminations going a very, very long way. But NIGMA, Vision, both teams also then securing themselves 8 eliminations. In fact, everybody was able to secure themselves points. I mean, KR being essentially the only team here not finding themselves any eliminations. Instead, just capitalizing on those placement points, getting taken out in 5th place. Take a look at our damage graph. It is going to be Twisted Minds locking in 1700 damage. But across the board, it is very, very balanced, right? 1400 for RTG and NIGMA. NASR and Vision coming through with 1200 rather. So, yeah, a very strong play. Let's take a look at a few of these amazing replays. A few of the hot takes, a few of the hot moments from what we just had. Oof. I mean, especially for Prestige, that spray onto Santa. I think that was just absolutely needed. But of course, the quick reactions here coming through. Dammy just definitely carrying quite a bit. I mean, it's been a hot minute since we last saw Dammy carrying this heavily. So, well played to Dammy. I mean, Twisted also upping their ante. Really loving what these teams are bringing to the battlefield. Someone said in the chat before that Coops needed to step it up. As we saw at that point, Coops ended, well, at least had 5 eliminations to their name. So I think it is safe to say that Coops definitely at least upped it quite a bit moving through this past match before getting taken out and shipped away. Oof, what a very exciting play here, especially on the triple camp. Well, there we have it. Coops coming through with 7 eliminations, 1,000+ damage. And of course, we got Kalaga securing that nade finish. J7 coming through with a lovely 354-meter hit with a buddy coming in with 11.1 kilometers traveled. That is quite impressive to see the teams locking in those stats. I mean, it is not that easy to do, especially at this level. So, mad respect going out to them. But of course, another thing that we need to take a look at now is how all of this impacts our overall standings, right? Where these teams find themselves. Have we seen any major moves, any major shifts coming through? Because, as we know, Twisted, they were looking to secure themselves a few more additional points, right? But, well, let's take a look at it, as we do have R8 still locked in onto pole position. So, no change for the top 4. As we look at it, though, Twisted, they've now jumped up 5 positions all the way into that 5th place. Triple also making a glorious 7-slot jump into 7s, right? GEEKAY, well, they didn't jump up 8. But they did climb up 1 slot all the way into that 8th position. So as a result of Twisted, Triple, and GEEKAY doing what they did, ARB, well, they had to move down a bit of a position there all the way into 6th place. So good to see the match being jam-packed with results, right? IKURD also getting moved down into 9th place. NIGMA jumping up 5 positions all the way up in towards 10th. And then ONYX, Ravens, W7, Sly, Brute, Falcons, all of them had to move down as a result of the rest of the board taking quite a few drastic shifts up, right? So we saw 2 5-slot jumps come through. We saw 1 7-slot jump come through. I mean, that's pretty insane, right? And GEEKAY, of course, just moving up 1. So, yeah, aggressive start to the day here. But now we have a little bit of that Erangel action that is going to be finding its way on through, or rather Sanhok, right? So talking about aggression, we are going to be having a lot more of that now come through. As we know, Sanhok being the map that really lends itself to aggression, really allows teams to get a little bit more up close and personal, and, well, a lot more sweaty. But also then moving into match number 2, it is going to be the players rather than from Group D that are going to be sitting this one out. So Group E are going to be joining us. That is CONQUEROR, ONYX, Falcons, as well as W7. And of course, to give us a bit of an idea as to what we could expect to see to come through in this match. You can see GEEKAY being our top performers here, followed by NIGMA. Then we got R8, we got Brute Force, and of course then the players there from the Falcons coming through as well. But I'm curious to see whether or not the Falcons are going to be able to secure their first victory here, right? They are held within the top 5, but they've not yet had the luxury of a winner chicken dinner, right? They do have 44 eliminations, as well as 25 total placement points on this map. Now, just based on the aggression alone, I mean, that is especially why they are situated right here. Right? The grand total of 69 points. Only 3 points behind that of Brute Force. But essentially, the teams positioned above the Falcons are the teams that have been able to secure themselves at least one winner chicken dinner, right? Brute Force have 1, R8 sitting on 2. Then we've got NIGMA with 3 chickens here. And of course, GEEKAY holding on to the top of the board by doing so with 2 winner chicken dinners as well. So there is going to be a lot to look for, especially also then with the side of Twisted Minds, right? They have to add a chicken. We had RTG get a winner chicken dinner. So I think it could potentially be between the side of Brute Force, the Falcons and the side of Vision Esports. I think those 2 teams are the teams that I would like to see get that winner chicken dinner. But of course, it's not about what I'd like to see. It is about what these teams are going to be doing. Speaking of which, let's take a look as we jump right into the action, heading into game number 2. Alright, so flight path Sanhok doesn't matter all too much. It's more reliant on what the zone is going to be bringing through. I want to see a little bit of a zone maybe go into that northwestern side, right? Paradise, Camp Bravo, Mong Nai, roundabout there. I want to see the zone end over there somewhere. Because we've had center zones, we had northwestern zones. Heck, we've even had eastern zones. But so far, these teams have played their way through 11 Sanhoks. Well, we've had 11 in total, right? The teams either playing in 8 or 9. So somewhere in between, that is where they find themselves. The amount of Sanhoks that they've been playing. Oh, a lot of action on two fronts, though. You can see a few early game connections now being made. Not quite sure who we've lost already. But there we go. Twisted Minds now going to be looking to just capitalize on a bit of an opportunity. What might be them? Alright, so next X already losing a player. NIGMA losing a player. Twisted also losing a player. What? 3 players down before we could even see what is going to be coming through from our teams here. Love the start. And rightly so, as I said, Sanhok is a map that really lends itself to a lot of aggression. I mean, there's no better way to showcase that other than getting right down to the, to the business end of that. We don't exactly have hot drops coming through either, but this is how it all unraveled, all unveiled as Daxter got taken down. Croops! No. That is quite unfortunate. Now W7 trying to play a little bit of hide and seek. Usually we do see the players there from KR dropping in with them, but as we know, KR not in this lobby. So KR Quest, Sly and Triple. Right, it's going to be looking on from the lobby. Oh. Good suppression coming through there from Super, trying to pick up a bit of a play. But surprising to see the rest of the ARB squad not moving in. I mean, we've got Ricardo and Osama quite some distance away. And this is actually now leaning into the hand of W7. Right? Q-Tal Smoker just being mere moments away from getting taken on down. But I guess at the end of the day, W7, they are not going to say no. They're also within that middle portion with regards to their performances here. I mean, ARB champions being one of those teams that have also not had the craziest run with regards to their Sanhok eliminations, right? Pretty much on par with KR, only sitting on 18. That is it. That's the maximum amount. So essentially, at most, I would say maybe like 2 eliminations per game in general. So definitely not the kind of start that you want to your game here. ARB now already being reduced down to 2. Meanwhile, next X, they are going to be looking to explore a little bit as they move in just south of the bootcamp hills. Fortunately for them, no one really there, right? We do see GEEKAY focusing a lot more into the bootcamp position itself. I'm not sure what Nawaf is trying to play at there, but we'll find out soon enough. CONQUEROR now going to be moving up into Quarry. We do have Salam from the Falcons held over towards the eastern side. Yeah, Shaker having a little bit of a bumpy ride, right? Almost a shaky ride as they try to cross the terrain. Beautiful vantage point coming through here for the side of R8. The entire team now positioned up on this hill. This is prime real estate, especially looking at the positioning it has within the zone. IKURD, just a mountain away. I guess to see if IKURD are going to be able to bring in a lot more survivability. Maybe looking to push for that late game. Ooh, beautiful lineup here from Kalaga. A little bit of a hesitation on the trigger. Does allow Salam the opportunity to just fall back. But fortunately for RTG, Salam doesn't necessarily have a bolt action in hand, right? I'm not quite sure the DBS is going to reach at that range, but I'm sure they can try. So RTG essentially now just waiting to see what the Zarnia is going to bring through. Is it going to shift up aggressively? Is it just going to take a nice leisurely stroll, maybe moving a bit further upwards? Meanwhile, Brute Force now moving out of Tatmok and Cow. Territory they are very, very familiar with, as they could have a bit of a play down into Paradise. No one currently occupying that Paradise position. I mean, also, no one even held up in boot camp. So two of our positions that are frequented a lot more, just sitting there quite vacant. NASR holding on to a few stats there as well. Average of about 6 eliminations. But again, a little bit of peace and tranquility. W7 also having a good rotation ahead of them. No contention either on the bridge or even moving up into Trifecta. ARB, curious to see how they're going to be looking to play this one out, right? Are they going to take the plunge, head through Ruins, maybe come in behind NASR? NIGMA, we're not going to be worrying about because this is exactly their play style. Just sitting out there in Sami, chilling, having a bit of blue juice, and then they start to move up. But as we know, Hoops for NIGMA already down, as we saw in that early part of the game. The Zone continuing its push, just being slightly inclusive of Quarry. So that is going to be quite favorable, especially for a team like CONQUEROR Iraq, as that is exactly where they drop. And now they can just look to expand their reach, maybe trying to find a few more plays in the vicinity. Speaking about finding plays, it's going to be Xenox and GEEKAY, as well as Triple, or Twisted rather, down on towards that southwestern side. Tensions are starting to build. But could we see a few shots not getting delivered, getting hammered in? Ooh, next X though are going to find themselves in a bit of trouble, but Tiger will get taken on down, as Mexico is the last hope. SK's on with a quick reaction there. It does add a little bit of a buffer here for next X. Let's see, will Shaco and J9 now be able to close this one off? All they gotta do is find that one spray, that one angle, that one single play. Oh, but Vision gonna be looking to play upset. Oh, Shaco try to push in, and down goes Mexico. It's gonna be never alone. The Falcons swooping in with a third party play. So this is not going to be a good spot now for CONQUEROR Iraq. They got Vision, they've got RTG. So many teams held in the area. Even got Falcons moving through from the south. I mean, R8, they've also now just moved in, squeezing into this position here. So center zone is going to prove to be an exceptionally challenging spot to defend, as Ragnarok gets met with a bit of lead getting sent through there from the Falcon side. Essentially everywhere that Ragnarok looks, they'll be able to see somebody. IKURD and Brute Force could also pop into a little bit of something up towards the north there. But we'll keep an eye on the feed, see exactly what is going to come through. Very stealthy play coming through now from the R8 side. Meanwhile, RTG They don't have anything really to worry about on the eastern end. Maybe aside from the gangsters that are on the approach. But again, the gangsters are yet to show their position. We see them now just gaining entry into the zone. Meanwhile, it is going to be Ricard and their squad there from ARB now rolling through on that southern edge as well. W7 pushing in from the north. Ooh, nice shift. Gotta love the zone. Held in between Bun, Paradise, Quarry, Bootcamp. Those compounds right there at the intersection. Center zone, I think that is going to be receiving quite a bit of love at this point. Meanwhile, Twisted are dipping out into the blue zone. I mean, sure, nothing wrong with a bit of a rush on towards NIGMA as they do secure Raouf. But now it puts Lord and Freak in a very, very trying spot. And they're going to have to try and survive. Oh, Crypto finds Freak. Come on, Crypto. Are they going to be able to lock in the last one? Yes, indeed. Crypto with a runaway performance. Wow. That is Twisted just kicking NIGMA under the rug. Not even sweeping them under. They just kick them straight underneath. Well played to Twisted already. 4 eliminations to their name. Gotta love it. ONYX Ravens. Yeah, having a little bit of a technical difficulty with the vehicles here. But at least they are able to clear that up. As they now continue with their push. Saad already sitting with that 1 elimination to their name. ONYX Ravens could potentially find the gangsters if they continue just hugging this eastern side. Meanwhile, RTG going to be applying a lot of pressure now onto the side of Brute Force. The gangsters. Ooh. Still having to push forward. Not quite sure what they're doing right here. Maybe looking for a little bit of loot. R8 finding Osama there. And that is going to be the end of ARB Champions. GEEKAY now could be looking to gatekeep Twisted. As Twisted is just over on their west. But instead it seems like Twisted are going to be looking to circumnavigate this whole situation. Instead rotating around the entirety of Brute Camp. But as I mentioned before, Brute Force RTG. A bit of a position here. A good split though coming through from Brute Force. We got Neos and Prepod. More towards the south with Mind and Ido holding towards the north. This is where Galago needs to be careful. Right, this is Sanhok. Ooh. So they could get jumped by Brute Force. We got Neos now just moving in from the north, as we can see there. So this could be that opportunity that Neos is going to be looking for. Already prepping up the molly. So you know exactly what could be coming through. Now IKURD also just keeping it nice and quiet. Not going to be making too much noise. Oof, but look at that shift. Look at that shift. R8 now going to get tested. IKURD as well, as they are holding on to a few of the more favored compounds within this range. W7, NASR having to push through. W7 already now mobilizing themselves as they prep up for a bit of a play. We do have NASR keeping a very, very close eye on them. Gotta watch out for Santa and the rest of GEEKAY towards that southern edge. Right, RTG now on the defense towards that eastern side. But what will the west hold? We don't have a lot of time left on the clock before the blue zone is going to start moving on in. W7 not going to be wasting any time. Instead, taking the plunge. Looking to get that position secured. But up comes NASR. Sanhok now trying to spray them down. Instead, they are going to be rotating up onto R8. As the hits are just going connect right on through. W7 unfortunately not having a successful rotation. I mean, you got to commend them though. Mad respect. They tried their best to get a decent position. Unfortunately, not having any luck with regards to that. Evo Station also going to be meeting their end, and that is Twisted again down onto Dammy. Gangsters feeling quite a bit of pressure on the edge here. Eastern Zone not going to be all that kind to them. Oh, neither is the sprays from the ONYX Ravens. RTG looking to be quite a bit of a menace, but instead Saad does find Jafar. Brute Force also now having quite a bit of an opportunity. They could definitely play the angle onto not only RTG, but the remainder of the gangsters here. As A-Buddy is trying to survive their team. Oh, full send, GEEKAY rushing in. So far, Ida is down. And that could maybe spell a bit of trouble now for the side here of R8. But let's get on quickly, coming through with the utility. Ooh. No, why are you running away? Santa's just going to back them up and tag them on. Ragnarok. The final hopeful. Let's see if they can maybe find an amazingly placed nade up into the side here of GEEKAY. The rush is going to come through. The push is there. Oh, NASR! What start? Reaching in. Oh, Hope and Ragnar now trying to bring the rest of the team back on their feet. Fortunately for the gangsters, they won't be able to continue moving forward here. They've run out of luck on Sanhok. Vision now. Capitalizing on a little bit of that lovely Conqueror Iraq action. But here we go. Falcons now have free reign towards the south. I mean, aside from Vision, they do have a bit of a pathway they can look to play at. Dammy there from Twisted, now currently just very alone in smack dab center zone. So curious to see how that one is going to play out in the meanwhile. It is Vision pushing in onto the ONYX Ravens. Saad and R holding nice and steady, but of course the suppressive plays coming through from RTG. And we're looking to capitalize on any available bit of movement. Oh, it's a showdown. It is a showdown. Saif trying to laser it in, but Saad is having none of that. Sanhok now having to move in for a bit of reinforcement. That could be the nade. Oh, it gets very, very close. One more follow-up, and that could be the end, at least, of the ONYX Ravens. There we go. Saad is down. R now trying to get themselves patched up before the push here from Sanhok comes through, but they do instead spot Rio quickly just trying to take care of business. Are, of course, now using the available time to get themselves properly healed up, ready for a bit of a follow-through on the fight. Ooh, but it's still the off angles being played. Vision not having the opportunity to really try and close it out, but instead, in the meanwhile, we do say goodbye to the ONYX Ravens. RTG now down below. Brute Force looking pretty confident, pretty comfortable so far. RTG, though, at least finding 3 eliminations. Ooh, but now let's see what Vision can do here. There's going to be a little bit of DVS action coming through onto the Falcons. Quick nade, though, onto Salam. There we have it. Sanhok does find the one. Oh, there's the last bit as the nade has come through. But, of course, the sprays could see it's a rain on down. Saif playing quite a bit of an upset. Brute Force now looking to be an absolute menace here. Looking to capitalize all the way from the eastern front. They only got 5 other competing teams now. Saif. Ooh, leaning into it. Oh, but instead, Volt gets found. Ador could have this in the bag. Yes, they do. That is the end of Vision. NASR also getting closed off. As GEEKAY just sealed their fate. Quick trade there coming through from IKURD as well. But let's see how this is going to end for Brute Force. Mind now starting to push up. Nowhere to run, really. Alright, so Brute Force now getting taken down to a 3-piece. GEEKAY also holding on to 3. IKURD were looking pretty strong, but Golden got found. This could be the run here for IKURD to make. Looking to see if they can improve their overall Sanhok play. Ooh, here we go. Here we go. Pre-pod. Getting spot out in the open. Ooh, connect the dot comes in. That is Santa on their knees. Brute Force trying to make the most out of their current situation here. Ragnar. Ooh, yep. There we go. Blue getting the better of them. Dammy still holding steady. They've been playing a little bit of hide and seek. GEEKAY though, 9 eliminations up. Brute Force currently sitting on 8. Twisted Mind sitting on 6. And IKURD holding on to 2 eliminations. But again, this match can still go either which way. It's going to be a fight till the very, very end. As we are going to be hopping into the next zone quite quickly. The blue is going to be forcing the play here. Forcing everybody now to just get even closer. Let's see if IKURD could potentially maybe find a few more hits. No, instead it is Ado. The head up onto Ali. That means still trying pretty hard to keep themselves almost invisible. Oh, yeah, but that's not going to work as Neo finds them. Down to the final 2 squads we go. A 3v3 showdown. Oh, Matsu, another one. Never mind. Brute Force. Just absolutely bullying their way through the lobby. Stepping it up, securing themselves a phenomenal finish there. Coming through with a glorious double-digit elimination count alongside that winner chicken dinner. A very tough play, though, coming through here. I mean, again, Sanhok was not kind. It did present quite a few challenges with regards to how these teams had to try and just navigate the terrain. Very, very testing. But, of course, well, quite a bit of victory coming through then for the side there of Brute Force. I mean, Twisted Mind also held their own, securing themselves at least those 6 eliminations. But surprisingly, I mean, IKURD, right? They weren't able to find as many eliminations. So, yes, they were able to finish at least in 2nd place, right? Getting taken out. The last team to get taken out. But, yeah, definitely could have done with a few more eliminations. But still, a good effort being brought in by the side there of IKURD. Again, Sanhok, very, very surprising. Really liking what these teams are bringing to the table here. I mean, and exactly not what we would have been expecting, right? GEEKAY being such a strong team when it comes to this game, to this map rather. But looking at the performance that they were able to secure here, I mean, yeah, they definitely did capitalize on the aggression, right? So many eliminations being secured, but unfortunately not finding anything beyond 4th place, right? So having to settle for what they've been dealt. But of course, now we have a bit of an opportunity to take a look and see what those rankings are for this map. Exactly how many points all our respective teams were able to secure. As you can see, Brute Force walking away with a glorious 22 pointers with 12 elims. Then we've got Vision sitting on 9, GEEKAY sitting on 9 elims as well, but 11 and 13 points respectively. Because as we move down to that final page, it is going to be the GANGSTERS and the ARB champions. Unfortunately, not going to be acquiring themselves any points. I mean, for GANGSTERS, it's not the worst case, right? It's not the worst play. But looking at the point difference between the GANGSTERS and ARB champions, they are, of course, only separated by 10 points. And that does keep them in the lower half of the board with regards to Sanhok. Meanwhile, looking at the damage, it is Brute Force coming through with 2,135. GEEKAY on 1,760. And, of course, Vision with a very strong conversion rate there, as you can see, securing themselves 9 eliminations out of only 1,500 damage. So very impressive plays. I mean, IKURD, R8 also quite active, doing a lot of shooting. Unfortunately, not being able to convert a lot of that aggression into eliminations. But the Park really held their own going up against the side there of the Falcons. Of course, the major upset here, I believe, was the side of Brute Force, right? They just reached in and caused so much havoc all over the place. I mean, Dami, we saw Dami holding onto this position for quite some time, right? So that allowed Twisted Minds to finish strong, right? To at least secure themselves those 5 placement points going through for 3rd place. And the addition of those eliminations being secured as well. So, a very exciting match up on the lovely Sanhok. As I said before, map that definitely lends itself to aggression, and we did see quite a lot of that aggression coming through. Of course, looking at a quick comparison here between GEEKAY and the side of Vision, right? Both teams with 9 elims, but slightly bit more of damage going over to the side there of GEEKAY, as we did see them also managing to last a little while longer, right? Vision only being able to secure themselves 2 placement points in comparison to the 4 that has come through from the side of GEEKAY. But, well, as we know, GEEKAY is GEEKAY. When it comes to Sanhok, there's not much that you can do to really uproot them, upset them, right? 104 points now that they've been able to secure so far. 64 eliminations. That's pretty dang impressive, right? The closest that we've got to that is the performance coming through from Brute Force, who now find themselves sitting on a grand total of 57 eliminations. 10-point difference, though, with regards to the total point earned. But both teams with those 2 winner chicken dinners, NIGMA still going to be sitting on 3. So they are going to be the team to beat when it comes to the chickens this time around on Sanhok. So curious to see what the other Sanhoks will hold in the coming few days. But in the meanwhile, as we know, that is game number 2 now done and dusted. For game number 3, we are going to be heading over on towards Miramar yet again. So that is going to be the players then from the side of, I believe, ARB, ARB, R8, RTG, and IKURD, they are going to be sitting it out. So Quest, Sly, Triple, and KR are going to be joining us back on the battlefield to flex their legs again, right? They've had a bit of an opportunity now to take a bit of a rest. But of course, as we take a look at the leaderboard, we need to see just how much of a push we need to have come through here, right? So as we can see it there, 66 points then in on board for the side of Vision. Beautiful 2-slot jump into 1st place. As a result, R8 and Quest have obviously been moved down. Brute Force did bring in the biggest jump in this game, 8-slot jump all the way into 6. As we look onto the second page, we only see Falcons and RTG with an upward trend. ONYX Ravens, they also didn't move anywhere, and everything from 17th further down has not changed, right? So the movement essentially stops at 16th, for Slime Machine now being moved down 3 positions. But again, that is the excitement at looking at these teams work their way through the battlefield, locking in those points, because again, some drastic shifts continue to happen. I mean, Brute Force with the winner chicken dinner jumping 8 slots. That's the biggest one that we've seen so far today, but of course, this is only the second match, so we still have a lot of opportunities to go, right? Next up is Miramar, followed up by a little bit of that Erangel action before closing off the day with our final Miramar. So it's all going to come down to how the teams are going to be dealing with all the pressure, right, coming their way. As you can see in the thumbnail and the title as well, we did say that the pressure is increasing for everyone, and based on what we've seen in only just these first 2 matches of today, I think that is very safe to say, because I mean, it is just so contentious. You never know what the outcome of these games are going to be, as it could definitely swing in so many different directions. But yeah, big ups to all our performers here. Of course, it is going to be now potentially load time to see exactly what Miramar will be bringing in. In the meanwhile, while we wait for Miramar to get started, right, drop your predictions. If you know, do you think we are going to be seeing a crazy upset in this one? Do you think this next match could be potentially KR stepping up? While you think it over, we are going to be hopping into quick breaks to see you guys back in a short few moments.
لكن سبق خلصنا لعب معاي ضرب الرشاش الان طايش ضاير رصاص من فريق لفريق والفالكونز.
يوسف يجهز، يوسف لم يكن ينتظر هذا لاعب فريق السي حاول ان يقصيه يوسف، هنا يتقدم في فايت 1 في 1. يوسف امام اللاعب ريو صارت عندكم يا دمار. جاك دمار تقدم لك دمار، وينك يا دمار؟ الله 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 الله.
إيرانجل. ومشوار إيرانجل التمار أصعب وأصعب بتواجد لاعبين. هنا الأول يبحث عن ثاني. يلا يا تمار، حلق 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 يا نباتشي. الثالث يا نباتشي.
ورجعنا لكم أعزائي المتابعين بصدى.
Yes, agree with that. I'm not quite sure what he said, but sure. Of course, we are going to be prepping ourselves now. So we saw the phase rankings. We were talking about the jumps coming through, the movements happening on the board, but also then looking at the whole situation, right? With regards to the overall rankings, Brute Force now find themselves up in towards 9th place. We did see NASR also now very securely sat in the 15th position, and W7 also now joining them in the top 16. So I like where this is going, right? We do have a bit of a play, bit of an opportunity here. But again, looking at the gap between the slots, especially 16th, 17th, and beyond, right? From the 16th to 17th, there's only 6 points. That's it, right? So ARB champions can definitely maybe still have a play, still have quite a bit of a go at that top 16 spot. CONQUEROR Iraq only being 11 points behind the ARB champions, right? So that is a 17-point difference between 16th and 18th place. But looking at a team like NEXX, for instance, who find themselves positioned all the way in 20th, they are trailing by 86 points. So I'm not quite sure whether or not, you know, they'll be able to get 86 points between the next few days, trying to close the gap, trying to push up into the top 16. I mean, it's not going to be impossible looking at a few of the glorious moments that we've seen come through from NEXX, right? They've definitely shown that they are capable of playing a few upsets. But I think the main thing here is just down to consistency, right? How consistently would they be able to play that? That is going to be the difficult one. So yeah, there's only going to be one way to find out whether or not they'll, in fact, be able to do that, right? We need to step into the matches. We need to see what the teams are going to be bringing in. And as we are getting ready to load into Miramar, if you've got any predictions, any thoughts on the outcome of this match, be sure to let me know in the chat, of course. If you have any idea as to where the flight path or the zone could be going, let us know before we see that, as we are going to get ready to jump into the action right about now-ish to see exactly what the teams will have to work with. Of course, based on what we can see on the screen, we are going to be starting at Trailer Park. So that is all the way up into the northwest. As we look to make our way on down. Ooh, heading all the way across just past the junkyard. So this time around, a little bit more of a northern flight path, right? The first one was leaning a little bit more northeast, right? We started up at Oasis and heading down to kind of that Impala region. But here we have, and here we go. Yes, this is definitely not Erangel, right? Match number 3 is definitely going to be the lovely Miramar. I mean, because if this was Erangel, I would be a little bit worried, right? Because then I don't know my maps. But yeah, game number 4 is going to be Erangel, and then game number 5 is going to be back onto the usual place, right? Back onto where we need to have it. Right, the zone is going to be centering up onto La Drillera as well. So this is going to be a very, very exciting one. The previous match we had a little bit more up towards that northeastern side. So again, I like where this is going. Let's see how the teams are going to be able to get themselves positioned on through. Apparently, Javian says that we've got an end zone in El Pozo. I mean, that could still happen, right? But for the time being, we do have Brute Force and NIGMA Galaxy held up into a little bit of Pozo here. Again, nothing out of the ordinary, but let's see how it goes. Right, Neo's now just trying to remind the side here of NIGMA that they need to be careful. Triple, again, going to be heading down to their usual spot, all the way down in towards Puerto. So, Triple definitely very consistent with their drop location, right? Regardless of what the zone throws at them, I think we've already maybe once seen Triple not rotating into that position. So, got to appreciate the consistency. A little bit of a, a bump and go there for the ONYX Ravens, as they are pulling down in towards Valle del Mar. Also very consistent with their locations here. But let's see how they're going to be looking to play through it. Meanwhile, the players from CONQUEROR Iraq have opted for a lot more of a northwestern position, right up in towards the ruins, the trailer park, right just on the outskirts of zone. In the meanwhile, Slime Machine, they are going to be having a very eerie Los Leones position to play with here. No one else has dropped in there, so they can go about their business, get themselves looted, and then focus on rotating out of there. In the meanwhile, CONQUEROR, as I mentioned, right all the way up towards that far northwestern side. It does seem like they're not necessarily going to be going for a looting run. Instead, trying to find sufficient vehicles and maybe rotate up into either Monte Nuevo, potentially maybe Pozo. We'll find out soon enough. In the meanwhile, here we go, NIGMA, Brute Force. Just creeping up on each other here. Not quite sure what the strategy is going to be for NIGMA on this one, how they're going to be looking to navigate the terrain. Well, we'll find out very, very soon. It's a very elevated position being held by NIGMA. It's interesting, definitely looking down on towards the rest of Pozo. We can see Mind also starting to creep up. But now it's all going to depend on how Brute Force are going to be looking to play this one, right? Because as we know, both NIGMA and Brute Force pretty dang competent when it comes to this map. Right, they know the terrain, they know how to play it. But who's going to be the one to get the job done, as we do have Mind now trying to sneak up. I mean, if they're able to pull off the sneak, this could be a big brain strat coming through here for Brute Force. But unfortunately, they are not on the predicted teams, right? We got ONYX Ravens, we got NIGMA and GEEKAY. So those are the predictions coming through from the Arabian broadcasters. But in the meanwhile, it is going to be the GANGSTERS now rolling on up as well, looking for a bit of a spot to call home. They've got quite a bit of a distance to go to get themselves situated into that next zone. Hopefully it will be smooth rotating, moving on forward. I don't see why they would have any difficulty. Right, especially looking at Jafar here, they could essentially just stay on this exact road and rotate all the way into the northern position of El Pozo. Right, so it's going to take them right through La Cobreria, just past the trailer park, and then into El Pozo. Meanwhile, the Falcons, well, they're going off-road in the vehicle that was exactly built to go off-road, right? You can just see, just looking at the design here, this is made to go off-road. The party bus. If you believe anything of what I just said there, please don't. Next X, now CONQUEROR Iraq. Up into Monte Nuevo. Oh, Shaco, what you doing? You heard the shots come from the other direction. Maybe they are in a bit of a building there. That's why it looks a little bit weird. A little bit odd. Could be exactly what is happening. In the meanwhile, CONQUEROR Iraq actually needs to be a little bit careful here, right? Sure, they've got an XX looking to play a bit of a position, but we do have NIGMA and Brute Force just to their north. So I think if they look to make a little bit more noise, right? They could definitely attract quite a bit of attention. In the meanwhile, there's going to be KR now just rolling through from the east, flying right past the players there from GEEKAY. GEEKAY, they've got elevation, they've got angles. And NASR also just up ahead could maybe prove to be quite challenging now for the KOR-E-SPORTS team. But they don't seem overly committed to pulling over into Monte Nuevo itself. Instead, they're opting for a few of the outlying compounds. So the gangsters pretty much keeping to the road that they were on before. Now just rotating up alongside, as you can see them pulling up in towards Crater Fields. But the zone, yeah, is going to play into the hands there of KR. So Vision, Triple, all now having to rotate up. Fortunately, it's not going to be too much of a challenge, as a lot of the teams will already be well situated within the zone. Sure, it is going to be challenging to find a decent position, but they'll have an unobstructed rotation to at least to the edge of zone. It's once they dip their toes in that zone, that is where the carnage, the chaos, the mayhem is going to ensue. Meanwhile, Falcons and Triple, ooh, rotating out of San Martin. I mean, the road is very easy. You can see it being relatively simplistic, right? But again, looking at the sheer number of teams now looking to converge, that is going to spell quite a bit of trouble, especially up to the north. Seeing that we've got Monte Nuevo smack dab center to the right. So we've got W7, Brute Force, NIGMA, Twisted, all now heading in essentially the same direction. Brute Force instead, in the meanwhile, are going to be looking to pick up a few trades here at the expense of W7. Yakuza now trying to find Prepod. Ooh. Prepod not going to be phased, right? That buggy, the back seat, being somewhat bullet resistant. However, the open fields, the grasslands, not exactly as bulletproof, right? As Yakuza now experiences that firsthand. Let's see what Dika is going to be able to pull out of the hatch here. I mean, we've seen some pretty strong performances come through from Dika just yesterday. So we could be hopeful here. A little bit of response there being held as well. Brute Force trying to keep W7 just at arm's length. Oh, but Dika not having any of that. Trying to send the nades through. Maybe an underarm vault. Could have been the one to secure that hit, but instead they do find the spray onto Prepod. Oh, now they pay the price as Neos secures it. Hero Yakuza going to try and capitalize, but instead rotating up in the vehicle does put them in quite a bit of a vulnerable position. Neo's now going to try and quickly just mend that health bar, because they cannot afford get taken on down. My two reses having to come through is not going to be ideal now. Oh, both of them drop to their knees as W7 start to apply the pressure. Ado maybe going to start considering a position closer towards Zord. Meanwhile, yeah, Mind is down, so Ado has no other option. They're going to have to play for survivability. Going to have to try and just survive as far as they can throughout the zone. A heavily smoking vehicle like this is not going to aid them whatsoever. And let's see where they choose to rotate in towards. Of course, Blue slowly eating away at that health bar. This is going to be the end. A very unfortunate end for the rest of Brute. Meanwhile, we do have the gangsters just on the northern side of the blue zone. Falcons just ahead of them. Good bit of reach coming through here from Pablo. But the Falcons very dispersed on their way down to the zone, right? So if they manage to evade Pablo, they got to find Damar. After Damar, it's Salam. Then it's never alone. So I like this chain fight setup that Falcons have going here. And meanwhile, we did see a knock come through onto the side there of NIGMA Galaxy. Coops getting brought to their knees. Now the blue zone is going to do its thing, force the hand. The teams will have to push upwards and onwards, looking to get themselves out of harm's way. Oh, yeah, see exactly what I was talking about. Alumni having a bit of an opportunity here. Following through on the spray down. Ooh, making quite a few strong connections there. NIGMA are rotating up alongside the Gangsters. Ooh. If NIGMA get that position up ahead, this could be a very difficult one now for the Gangsters to get themselves out of. Of course, not yet secured within zone. They have very, very limited options. But in the meanwhile, NIGMA trying to squeeze in between GEEKAY and NEXX. So far, so good. Nothing too catastrophic happening at this point. NEXX presented with quite a few opportunities here. Evo Station AZ already downed. Now it's up to Dammy and Crypto, but the blue zone is going to be pushing in as well. Down goes Dammy. Now it's all reliant on Crypto. But Crypto is going to push a little bit further north. That is exactly where W7 is. It is, however, then the end of the road for Brute Force as 8-0 gets found. Crypto now just hanging out in the blue. Oof. NEXX now starting to move up as we wait to see where that zone is going to be taking us. See a very big dispersion of teams all across the zone. Oh, Crypto coming through with a hit. Trying to avenge their fallen teammates. But they got to be careful because NEXX could still turn the table on them. Seal their fate, and that could be it. But Crypto now needs to get themselves back into zone, not having a lot of resources with regards to meds. Ooh, surprising turn though. W7 getting taken on down. Now it is going to be NASR pushing up on GEEKAY. Up comes Sanhok, prepping for a bit of a play. Ooh, don't spot the ankles. You got to watch the ankles, Snudge. Santa's got a whole bag full of tricks. Now W7, J7 goes down as well. Gangsters swooping in for the upset. NASR having their ticket punch. That is going to be it. 14th position now. Third body sprays connecting on through. But KR looking to play a bit of upset. Gangsters now focusing on GEEKAY. Here we go. Santa instead comes up strafing. Finds Walsh. Oh, beautiful play under the UAZ. Ah, the hits are in. It is GEEKAY flying on down, jumping off of roofs and going absolutely crazy. It is now down to a 1v1. It is a buddy. Looking to try and clutch it out. You can see Ragnar just on the opposite end, but both of them now in need of quite a few meds, especially a buddy. Oof, beautiful nade. Very cheeky rebound coming through there. But of course, Ragnar now sends one through as well. NEXX moving into position right behind them. And that could be exactly the kind of play they need to bring through, as Ragnar is the last hope. There we go. Confirmation is up. Oh, nice bit of pre-fire, just leading them into the shot. The hits continuing to rain on down, and that is it! Gangsters getting taken on down. Not before, locking in 6 eliminations. Now NEXX going to try and capitalize as they make their play on towards Ragnar. Let's see, is this going to be a 1v4 clutch? We've seen several attempts quite similar to this in previous matches with varying levels of success coming through. Ragnar now trying to make that run, just trying to get themselves out of harm's way. Hoping to maybe lead the rest of NEXX right towards them. But you got to watch out for Dexter also now moving up onto the hill. The nade is out, and that is it! Ragnar getting found as now Wolf secures a beautiful placement there. GEEKAY though, 7 eliminations. Zone getting ready to pop. Ooh. Seeing a bit of a trend coming through here. Triple again. Finding themselves pretty well situated. Once more onto the breach they go. Things not quieting down. At least for the next few moments. While Slime Machine looks to get themselves perched on high. Got Salam and Damar up ahead. Quest going to be pushing up. Looking for at least a bit of an anchor point. Somewhere to hold in the zone. Kante getting spotted. The shots connecting on through. ONYX Ravens now left here with Conqueror and the side of NIGMA. So it's a three-way fight. Up into Chumacera. Let's see what Conqueror Iraq are going to be looking to bring through here. Bit of a standoff, a bit of a trade coming through in both directions. I mean, out of the three teams here, obviously NIGMA have the highest stats. But ONYX Ravens, no strangers to any of this difficulty. Conqueror Iraq also finding themselves in a little bit of a predicament here. Let's see if they're going to be able to move out successfully. Meanwhile, we do see Tiger getting taken down. As NIGMA, play the angles. Up comes Shaco though with a beautiful trade onto Saad. Falcons now starting to climb the hill, trying to get themselves positioned. They have Slime Machine up ahead of them. And of course, Quest holding a beautiful line of sight down on them as well. Amar now getting spotted. Steezy and the attacker. Now looking to capitalize on the position they've got up in this church. Again, just all the lines, all the visibility being so vast from that point. Again, just trying to time the shots to perfection. Again, not looking to waste too much damage, or too much ammo rather. Up comes the hit. Quest now. Quest hitting the shots through, up into Damar. So Falcons essentially getting caught in a bit of a crossfire here. Easy now getting traded, so it turns to Fidan. Or Fahidan to see if they can survive. So NIGMA just going to be hanging in the wing. Move on towards the west. Next X going to be putting a little bit further up north. Zone getting ready to pop. Ooh. Crypto now. In a very interesting position. Meanwhile, it's going to be Saleh to find Tiger yet again. Conqueror Rank trying to find a way forward, right? The only way for them to get up into that zone is to push through the ONYX Ravens. But once they succeed, they are going to have to face off against the side there of NIGMA Galaxy that are just patiently waiting in the wing. Serving as a bit of a reminder. There could be quite a few eliminations on board now for NIGMA if they are able to secure any of this, any of the eliminations. Oh, but up comes the hits, the plays. That is crazy. Down vision instead. Not going to be waiting around. They just jump right down onto the action. As Quest get closed up. That is 2 points to their name. 11th place finish. The play now pushing forward. Saleh getting hit. Down they go. ONYX Ravens getting wiped off the map. Next X and the KR also getting into quite a bit of a heavy fight up in those northern positions. As KR essentially Not looking too great with regards to the available numbers. Only got the 2 left, but I mean, XX is down to 1. So they do have a slight bit of an advantage here. Let's see if they will be able to find Dexter's utility is going to be sent out. The mollies, the utility, the frag grenades just popping off all over the place. Come on. Oh, Dexter though. Just outmaneuvering the side of KR and off they are. There's a great run coming through for the side of NextX. I mean, now just within placement point territory, holding on to position here within the top 8. Falcon's going to be feeling that heat come through, though. A Sly Machine starts to tighten their grip. Pablo doing the only thing they can, just trying to get themselves the heck out of dodge. But again, not a very comfortable position to play through. They do have quite a bit of a hill to try and navigate. Pablo already taking quite a bit of damage now out in the blue zone. Oof. It is not looking very hopeful at this point. The Falcons could be the next team to fall. Nice setup there coming through from Fashe, but Fashe is distracted at least for the time being there by Don't Worry, who rushes up into Crypto. Oh, there we go. Don't Worry finds Crypto, but Lord finds Don't Worry. Good follow through on that one. Meanwhile, we are now down to our final 5 teams. Right, so we've lost the side there of NextX. We said goodbye to the Falcons as well. Still quite a bit of congestion coming through on towards that southwestern side with NIGMA, CONQUEROR, and Vision. Triple and Sly looking pretty comfortable at this point. Vision now starting to expand their options, looking to expand their reach for all the available angles. But again, still got to wait. You don't exactly know what is happening over onto the southwestern side. Ooh, the spray though coming through. That is CONQUEROR Iraq in a world of trouble. Tiger now having all that pressure riding on their shoulders. NIGMA, well, we've seen that hit come into Lord with CZ just locking in a beautiful AWAM shot. Now it's up to Coops and Raouf. Raouf with the very limited options when it comes to those vehicles. He's going to start to move things up just a little bit. But a few more shots up in the vehicle could spell quite a bit of disaster now coming through here for NIGMA. Oh, the re-hit coming up into Lord again. Fashe being an absolute nuisance here. Sly, Vision going to be looking to capitalize. Up comes the push though. NIGMA, they are very limited within the time slot. And up comes the play now. Curves. Oh, having nowhere really left to run. Managing to find at least a little bit of that hard cover. But it is going to be right on the doorstep here of Vision. Tapok cooking up the nade, lets it loose, out it goes, does find quite a bit of damage onto Coops. The follow through is there. But will Tapok be able to secure themselves the finish? The answer is yes, as they do take down Coops. That is NIGMA getting sent on their merry way. Only 4 eliminations to their name, triple. Now holding on with that 3-piece Sly, potentially getting reduced down to 2. But it's all going to be reliant on what play comes through from Triple and Vision next. You get the entirety of Sly Machine all huddled up very close together. Not the exact kind of position you want at this stage. Because one nade could end it all, and very fortunately for them, they're able to escape just in the bare nick of time. So Bandara results still going to be hanging in the wing. Waiting for Vision to make their play. Sly looking pretty strong at this point. Still a full squad up. So really capitalizing on the available time. Not quite sure if Imad has any additional meds, but they will get tested. Sly looks to reach on through. Again, doing that due diligence, just trying to ensure that they're not going to get pushed. Triple trying to pick up the momentum. They are holding on to that southeastern side. Vision taking the plunge as well, looking to move up a little bit more. Slime Machine, they've been having a pretty good time so far on Miramar. 7 eliminations up. Still the full squad at their disposal. Now they just got to click it all into position. There we go. They do find Tapok. This could be the opener, especially looking to leverage the opportunity down onto the side here of Vision. Saif having nowhere really left to go other than forward as the blue zone comes in. That is it. Attacker secures the spray. Now it's going to be Triple and Slime Machine who have to fight for that winner chicken dinner. Triple sitting with only 2 eliminations to their name. Sly, on the other hand, already sitting on 9. But Triple did quite well in the first match, right? We saw an amazing play coming through from their end. Got themselves that lovely winner chicken dinner, but again, doing so with only 4 eliminations up, right? This time, they only have 2. So already quite a bit of a change going through here, as they've not yet been able to secure as many eliminations. Now Steezy coming on forward. The hit is in. Oh, Bandar in so much trouble now. And a health bar not exactly where it needs to be. Oh, MG3. We've seen what the MG3 can do with Imad now wielding it. This could spell quite a bit of trouble for the rest of the lobby here. But this is not going to deter the push to come through here from Sly. Already with double-digit eliminations on. Triple now securing their 3rd finish. Looking to even out the board here. Oh, that nade onto 13 could be amazing. Oh, it does find a little bit of a pressure spot. That is exactly what comes through. Now it's down to attacker MG3 in the hands of Imad. Switching over to the M4, the UMP coming through on the opposite end. And there we go. Triple locking in their 2nd winner chicken dinner of the day. Back-to-back Miramars being secured. Triple Esports now just going absolutely crazy. Running a little bit rampant out in the desert. What an amazing push that is going through. I mean, Triple now just looking to capitalize on as much of the opportunities they can grab their hold of. I mean, the first match, the 3rd match, heck, are they going to play all the way to the 5th one, right? We've seen these last 2 Miramars just looking so magical for the side of Triple Esports. You gotta love it though. I mean, going from a 4 elimination winner chicken dinner now up to a 5 elim. That is pretty dang impressive to see. I mean, up is up, right? So a really good run coming through there for Triple. And of course, they are going to be playing the remainder of the matches here for today, right? So they are going to be playing Erangel and the final Miramar. So who knows what those final 2 matches could hold in store for them. But, well, mad respect going out the side there of Triple. Back-to-back Miramar chickens. That's impressive, right? In fact, let's see how many chicken dinners they do have in total. So on Miramar, that is the most that Triple has found so far, obviously in this season, right? This phase being exactly the kind of momentum that we need to see come through from a team like Triple. Looking at the overall amount of winner chicken dinners they've got, right? Both of the chickens that they have in the phase coming through from just today, and then looking at their overall positioning, like in the big overall scores. Again, it is, this is it, right? Today has been the best day so far for Triple Esports, right? These are their first 2 winner chicken dinners that they've been able to secure so far. So very excited to to see what Triple are going to be bringing in for the rest of the day. Of course, only 2 more maps to go. Erangel and Miramar. That's it. Then we're done. So let's see exactly what Triple can bring to the foreground. In the meanwhile, we are going to be hopping into our leaderboards to get a bit of an idea as to how many points all our different teams were able to secure. How that then, of course, impacts our FaZe rankings. And then, of course, I'll be able to tell you just what movements we've seen now come through with regards to those overall rankings. But in the meanwhile, it is just down to the numbers, essentially, at the end of the day. I mean, Triple Esports, there's not much that you can say. I mean, that was just amazing to see. Very surprising play, though, coming through onto the side of NIGMA. I mean, they tried. They were able to secure themselves those 4 eliminations. But aside from that, you know, not much else has come in. Of course, taking a look at the board here, it is 16 points going over to Slime Machine again, just capitalizing with those eliminations. A second place finish, looking so great there. Triple Esports though with 15 on board, as I said, going from 4 eliminations up to 5. NEXX walking away with 10 points in total. But as you take a look at the bottom end, it is going to be ONYX, Ravens, NASR, and Brute Force. Unfortunately, getting sent back with a bit of an empty bag. Right, that's it. No points on board. So yeah, a bit of a tough run. But as we know, it needs to be tough for someone at some point. Slime Machine, though, are going to be walking away with 2,688 damage. The strongest conversion rate is going to go over to NEXX, though. Right? 8 eliminations being milked out of 11 and 81. So very excited for NEXX. I mean, as I said before, NEXX having to step up their overall performance in general when it comes to the map of Miramar. And so far, it seems like that is exactly what they are trying to do. Right? So you got to commend the effort. It is definitely starting to show. So upwards and onwards it will be. But speaking about that, of course, let's take a look at a few of the replays here from this past match, just to relive a few of those great moments. Quest having a good initial plan on the approach, as we saw, but unfortunately, you know, a few of the opposing teams just had far superior positions and just to rip them to shreds. Crypto again with a very strong defense. But unfortunately, the defense only managing to go so far before they got taken on down. Beautiful play here from Tapok. Quick reactions there. And this is all where it started to just go ka-ching, ka-ching for the side of Triple. I mean, even looking at Emad, right? They got brought down to their knees. They were raised back up. Locked in with that MG3 and then just let it loose. Yeah, Emad definitely doing cleanup. I mean, if you've got a DBS and a DBS and an MG3, that is just good night to everyone else. Nawaf, though, is going to be walking away with the most eliminations, one of which has come through from utility. And it is going to be Attacker locking in the most damage, 944. Al-Hajj with the longest hit. And Kevin doing the most traveling, but that is not the craziest traveling counter we've seen on this map so far, but still impressive nonetheless. But a good run coming through here for the side of NEXX. I mean, the day in general has been really, really exciting for them. They are sitting on a grand total of 12 total points so far. Just this last match, at least for the day standings, has resulted in them moving up 11 points just for the day. So really appreciate that hard work coming through from their end. Of course, there's still a bit of a way to go, but, you know, good position nonetheless. Of course, we are looking at a few other movements coming through. Slime Machine coming in with a 6-slot jump. We'll be taking a look at that once we get into those exact scores. But Slime Machine just with a big shift. I mean, Triple also making quite a bit of a move, at least with regards to this phase. But over on towards our overall standings, yep, things are changing a little bit. There is a little bit of a shift starting to come through. Of course, we'll get into that once we see exactly what is going on with our teams. But give me your thoughts as to what you thought of this last one, right? Are you as impressed with the performance coming through from Triple like we just saw? I mean, 2 back-to-back winner chicken dinners. Sure, not the craziest amount of eliminations, but what worked out so well for Triple is the fact that they were able to just navigate the difficulties, trying all the way to that late stage, keeping quiet. I mean, both times we saw Triple succeed, they were situated within the zone, they were holding a very strong compound, and all they did was just wait, right? That's it. Just wait to see the rest of the lobby kind of sort each other out. And then when the opportunity was there, they jumped into action, locked on target, got the sprays, and did exactly what they needed to do to get themselves that winner chicken dinner. So yeah, mad respect, good strategy. So far, it proves that it is working, at least for the side of Triple. We've not yet seen any of the other teams adopt a similar kind of play here. But good play nonetheless coming out there for the side of Triple Esports. Wow, yeah. Who would have thought Day 2, Phase 3 is going to be the day in which we see Triple Esports just capitalizing on chickens left, right, and almost center, right? We still have to see whether or not that is going to be the case. But yeah, a lot of excitement coming through. Speaking about excitement, leaderboard time, right? Vision still going to be holding on to pole position, so no change within the top 4. It is, however, from 5th down, right? So GEEKAY jumping up 2 slots, Triple jumping up 4 slots into 6th place. And then, of course, as a result of that, NASR Brute Force getting moved down into 7th and 8th place, respectively. Some pretty tough challenges being presented here. Of course, we got 3 teams instead on 35, right? So NIGMA, Sly Machine also with a beautiful upward shift. NIGMA moving up 3 slots, Sly moving up 6 slots, IKURD-E-SPORTS getting moved down. W7 not moving anywhere. ONYX Ravens, Falcons, RTG moving down several positions. And of course, NEXX climbing all the way up into 17th. So a really good play coming in here. Of course, we need to see that momentum continue, right? I mean, big leaps, being fantastic and everything, but you need to be able to consistently do that. And of course, we've seen other changes come through with regards to the overall standings as well. As a result of this last match, Vision now moved up into 6th place. We also then have the players from the side of Sly Machine moving up 2 slots into 8th. So ONYX Ravens just getting caught in the middle, stuck in that 7th place. Twisted Minds Brute Force also getting moved down 1 due to the move there from Sly Machine jumping up. W7, they've swapped places with NASR, so W7 are now in 15th, and NASR are in 16th, but both teams are sitting on 205 points, with the exact same amount of winner chicken dinners, which is 1 rather. I don't know where I got the 10 from, but that is exactly the situation that we have. Now, what's also quite interesting, looking at W7 and NASR, is that both of them are sitting on 10 bonus points, right? Both of them are sat on 10 bonus points, so today and the rest of this phase, it's going to be very, very important for both W7 and NASR, not only to try and secure their position with regards to the top 16, but there's a little bit of a fight between the two, right? ARB champions still sat all the way in 17th, but the gap's starting to increase. We see a 10-point gap now between 17th and 16th place. So, yeah, ARB definitely having to put a lot of work in to try and secure those additional points, looking to get themselves potentially up into the top 16. So, there's going to be a bit of a fight, right? I think W7, NASR, ARB, yeah, there's going to be a fight for top 16, right? If not today, at some point throughout this phase. But in the meanwhile, we are going to be prepping ourselves now to head over into Erangel. So, if you have any thoughts, any outcomes that you'd like to see play out, let me know in the chat. Of course, looking at what we could be expecting from this match, at least with regards to statistics and what the teams have been bringing through. We have a very high probability for NIGMA, ONYX Ravens, and R8 to secure themselves a potential winner chicken dinner. All 3 of those teams, of course, sitting on 3 chickens that they've been able to acquire so far. NIGMA definitely leading with regards to damage, 101 eliminations. That is pretty dang impressive. GEEKAY also looking pretty good, but GEEKAY not going to be here, right? GEEKAY, one of those groups that are teams rather that are going to be sitting it out. So this being our last match for Group A, there's going to be a lot of pressure now coming through here. So Group B currently holding out. So that is GEEKAY, Brute Force, Vision, and NASR. They'll be joining us in the last match. But so the day is essentially going to be ending here for the GANGSTERS, NEXX, NIGMA, as well as Twisted Minds, right? They're going to bring everything they have to the battlefield. And based on the statistics that we have for them, I mean, NIGMA could definitely look to finish on a strong note. Looking at Twisted Minds, they could definitely do with a few more points. But who knows? Maybe they could find exactly what they need to. I mean, Twisted NEXX very close with regards to their positioning on the overall Erangel performances, right? Then, of course, we got the other players, GANGSTERS. Well, they are also in the lower third of the standings again, for Erangel. So NIGMA definitely going to be the team that has the highest chance here to just go absolutely crazy. But of course, let's find out exactly what they are going to be bringing through as we head straight on down into the battlefield. The flight path going to be starting us up in the northwestern side. Over Zaki, heading down, down the way, all the way down into Malta Power. It's a beautiful bit of reach coming through here. Habib locking in those predictions. Hitting it on the nail twice. So GG, congratulations. Much better than I can do. Alrighty, there we go, the zone. Oh, and I'm sitting all the way over onto that far eastern edge, and already a big portion of that playable area is going to be taken away. See that we've got a big chunk of zone filled with water. Let's see how the teams are going to play this one out already, right out of the gate. Getting down to business, R8 chasing down the side of W7. Of course, on that far western side. Up into hospital. So R8 now having to back off a little bit. I mean, good try though. Trying to get the jump in on W7. Unfortunately, not being able to secure the sprays. Not yet. But now Ragnarok looking to get themselves secured here. Only 30 rounds, so they gotta be careful. At least they have far more ammunition secured up into that DP28. Well, there we go. Yep, it is now going to be go time. So W7 going to be looking to rotate elsewhere. And meanwhile, speaking about rotations, ARB are going to be pushing all the way up to that far northeastern side, right? Up in towards Stalber, Kameshki. Was nothing has changed up into Yasnaya Poliana. Next, X and Falcons still holding on to the same kind of position here. RTG though. Not quite sure why it showed a bubble on that one. We definitely have an opportunity here. I mean, they've played 18 Erangels already, locking in at least that one winner chicken dinner. A grand total of 90 total points. Falcons, on the other hand, they are sitting on 60 total eliminations throughout this entire event. I think the stats that we're looking at on the side might very well just be for this phase. Because they've had a far greater play in general, just on these games. Next X also going to be one of those teams that, you know, could definitely look to up the ante again, right? Next X in general, I think they just need to perform with a little bit more confidence, right? They've shown that they are a very capable team. They have played quite a few upsets. I mean, we've had some pretty surprising plays coming through here from Nawaf. I mean, Dexter also playing beautifully now on Miramar. So they definitely do possess the capability. Now we just got to see them play with that confidence, right? Being absolutely relentless. Meanwhile, Twisted now enjoying a little bit of an opportunity down here on the far southern reaches. expanding their options all the way down into that melee base as well, right? Meanwhile, the Gangsters, all the way up north, they're going to be pushing in the direction there of Severny, seeing that we don't have brute force here in this match. So it is going to be open for the taking. Right, so things now again slowly starting to pick up as the teams will have to move forward now, especially moving into this next zone is going to prove to be quite challenging, seeing that we already have such a reduced playable area, right? And we still have all 16 teams, all 64 players alive. So there's not going to be a lot of space really to move through as the teams will have to get themselves situated. But now we are going to be waiting to see exactly where all the action, the chaos, the mayhem, the carnage is going to be finding its way. And also, who will be the next team to maybe find a bit of an elimination, or who will be the next team to get sent on their merry, merry way? And meanwhile, it's going to be ARB who will be welcoming in the side of Conqueror, Iraq, as well as the Gangsters. So QTEL definitely needs to get on that loot as fast as they can. You can see Conqueror now just flying right past them, sneaking on in. So QTEL, I believe, saw the movement there, but unfortunately not being in a position where they could really react quick enough. So, no, that was Smoker. Yeah, a little bit of a missed opportunity on that one. Meanwhile, W7 maybe trying to reach up to Al-Hajj. Blue zone is going to be doing its thing, forcing their hand. They have to push all the way across. Still quite a bit of ground for them to try and recover now. Oh, the spray is coming through though. So ARB now looking to jump into the action. Oh, nice. Unfortunately, the Gangsters having a little bit of an upper hand. Let's see if they'll be able to follow through and push it all the way to the very, very end. ARB, I mean, they've rotated out of Stolber and are finding themselves being put in quite a bit of an unfortunate position. I mean, Gangsters, they just rolled on through, and now ARB can't get the upper hand. Well, of course, Ricard now looks to pick it up as the Gangsters are brought down to 2. It is Kevin and Jafar. But the ARB champions not looking too great with regards to those health bars. Osama could definitely play quite a bit of upset here. There we go. The confirmation is secured. Of course, even the vehicle was flinching. As you can see, it just quickly running off to the side. Jafar not trying to find the angle here with the utility, but unfortunately ARB just being way too mobile, keeping themselves just out of reach. Everybody now is going to be found. Kevin, Jafar having to make this work. QTEL coming through from the edge. Could definitely be looking to relay quite a bit of information down onto the rest of the team. Let's see how far this push is going to go. Meanwhile, Triple also getting into a little bit of action as we can see come through in that feed. Ooh, they've actually found themselves onto NIGMA. Alright, but here comes the play though. Kevin, Jafar still holding steady. Kevin trying to get themselves out of the situation, but that leaves Jafar Yeah, not in the best kind of setup. Let's see if they are going to be able to survive the push, though. ARB, very, very patient. As we know, at the end of the day, patience could definitely look to pay off. Kevin, rotating back in. Not quite sure if they maybe just took a little bit of a scenic stroll. See what the rest of the terrain could be bringing on through. But both these teams, well, they need to wrap up this fight. They need to get themselves positioned up in towards that next zone. Because the blue is not going to be kind. Fortunately for them, the shift hasn't gone too aggressively. Osama, though, does find Kevin. And now it's up to the final push. It's just down to Jafar, looking to see if they can actually hold on. This is where the blue also now starts to ramp up the damage. Oh, yeah, it's there. Come on, nicely done. Osama locks it in, and there we go. The Gangsters getting backed up in 16th. 2 eliminations to their name. But a glorious run coming through for ARB. 4 eliminations to their under their belt. In the meanwhile, the rest of the teams now looking to get themselves positioned. ARB now has to rotate on forward. But of course, they are going to find R8 lying in wait. Ready to welcome them on through. No one really held up in towards prison. The zone is going to just constrict further down onto Lipovka and prison. And that is going to be the go signal, exactly like what Twisted now needs. As they start to move themselves in. NIGMA, Slime Machine. Want a bit of a standoff here. NIGMA down to a 2-piece. Oh, this is how they lost them. That was Freak. Then Raouf. Oh. Very aggressive showing. Triple lost one of their players in that altercation as well. But they've not really moved too far out of the way. Still going to be hanging in the wing, looking for a bit of an opportunity. Coops, though, coming through with the Bison. Sounds so nice with that suppressor on as well. But let's see if Lord could maybe get a bit of an angle here. Blue zone's going to start closing up pretty soon as well. So the teams will have to make at least some kind of a move here. R8, though, are going to be trying to lock down the angles onto the side here of Conqueror Iraq. As they look for a little bit of a place to call home. The team's now just trying to at least start with a bit of an initial play. Slightly more ranged instead of getting too up close and personal. Just for the sake of getting aggressive, right? Here we go, Conqueror now taking the plunge, moving down into Lipovka. ONYX Ravens, next X, saturated down on towards that more southern edge. So that will allow for a bit of an opportunity, a bit of a position to be held there by the side of Conqueror. Meanwhile, we've got W7 still lurking on the edge of the zone over on the western front. But Quest just up ahead. Sly and Enigma still caught in a bit of a standoff. Neither team's doing anything crazy just yet. It's okay, I'm trying to make the most of the situation up north. Quest now down in the trenches, looking to find a bit of a play. Again, a beautiful look from up above. Ooh, ARB losing one, now up to Osama. It's still going to be a very, very challenging play to come through. NIGMA holding on with that 2-piece. They're going to be looking to make the most with what they can. But I like the fact that Slime Machine are just keeping them there, right? I mean, I'm surprised that Slime Machine hasn't taken the plunge just yet, looking to play the advantage. But again, moving up on NIGMA is not going to be one of the easiest things they've done so far today. Meanwhile, KR having to just fly down the hill R8 lying in wait, starting to just circle around. Unfortunately, ARB will get stopped in 15th position. Oh, Hassan, no. What is that? An easy clap? That is what it is. Oh, so costly. R8 now. Just smiling from ear to ear as they are presented with a few easy eliminations, locking in the 2, and that is it. Well done. KR now still going to be in a rather tough position as the rest of the team now descends from that blue. Down they go. Ooh, come on, running for it. IKURD also going to be jumping at the opportunity. But R8 determined to find that spray down, determined to find the side of KR, or at least what is left of them. IKURD also now picking up on the scent. Out they come, the spray is there, Ali is down. Oof. Yeah, I'm not quite sure if Prestige and Esketon were maybe a little bit over-eager. Yeah, they floated to their end, yes. Exactly what we saw happen. But here we go. It's going to be IKURD looking to push on through. Looking to extend that reach. W7 also now taking the plunge. Maybe going to be opting for center zone. But again, center zone not an easy position to hold. Very open. Very exposed. But Tika also now just chilling in the grass. Still a lot of teams held within the zone. We're still left with 14 teams. Not the craziest amount of space to work with. As you can see, Golden now finding the opportunity onto Esketon. Does secure the knock and the finish very quickly. Prestige Ida not having a very easy run. We have Ragnarok out in the drink, having a bit of a splash. Not quite sure why, but to each their own, I guess. IKURD now going to be looking to pick it up. Prestige trying to cover their trails, trying to cover their tracks so they can't get spotted. But now is going to be that push. Now is going to be the opportunity. Oh, the nade is in, but Tika beautifully placed. Again, not quite sure what Ragnarok is doing out in the water, but for some odd reason, they are going to be holding on and just letting the rest of the team fall victim to all the sprays and utility. Alright, so here we go. IKURD making their attempt. Making their play, looking to get themselves situated. Triple now going to be picked up towards the south as Twisted takes aim. Devastation is holding Overwatch as Crypto comes plunging on forward. Dammy moving in to just reinforce. Oh, but the utility is there, and that is the end. As Triple get closed and sealed up. 14th place it is, so no third winner chicken dinner in sight just yet. But instead, as we look onto RTG, what a bounce that was though, coming through. So RTG, they need to push into the zone. Falcons trying to push through the side of Quest rather, but they still have fight down left to try and defend. Up comes the play. Bit of vault out that window now. Turns to Kante, but not quite sure where Kante is. There he is, Kante. Well, never mind. Falcons do secure it. And that is 3 eliminations on board. Down to the final 11 we go. W7 looking pretty good within that zone. Slime Machine on the side of RTG. A bit of a standoff still. Positioned around the side here of NIGMA. It's now up to Law to see if they can maybe get that res in. Well, the answer is going to be no, as Rio denies any of that to come through. NIGMA having to settle for only 1 elimination. Beautiful reach here from RTG. Just finding the opportune angles with the utilities. But of course, you gotta watch out for attack. Just waiting on the opposite end of that door. Oh, the nade though. Alright, so let's see who's gonna pick it up. Is it gonna be RTG or Slime Machine? RTG finding just so much momentum. It's like they've got a second breath or something that just came through. Like they just reactivated themselves. Now Slide Machine going to be looking to bring themselves back on their feet. Looking for that 4-on-3 play. But Riva now going to be looking to make the upset here. Rio also moving in. The first bit of utility is out. The knock is through. It's now down to Steezy. There we go. 13 gets confirmed. This is the full send now from RTG. A 1-on-3. Pretty tough odds here for Steezy to compete against. But let's see, will they be able to survive? Oh, trying to set it up, trying to get themselves out of that window, but RTG not going to allow any of that to come through. Instead, they close it off. Next, X and ONYX Ravens going toe-to-toe as well. ONYX essentially down to 1. Next, also not looking too great. 1v1 showdown. It's Don't Worry up against Saleh. Up comes the play. Oh, DBS to the face. And it does stop the run of ONYX Ravens. RTG also going to be falling out. At least they do pick up those 5 eliminations. ONYX Ravens, on the other hand, will not have that luxury, right? They've got nothing but air. Now next X, about to get pressured here as CONQUEROR Iraq looks to move on through. Their only exit is out to the blue. So let's see how next X are going to look to play this. Oh, there we go. Good coverage coming in. CONQUEROR Iraq working as a unit. Covering all the different angles. See with the nade. No, it will not connect. But they are waiting, quite eager to receive. Don't worry. Oh, are they going to make it though? Yes, narrowly make it. And up comes the nade to allow that finish from J9. CONQUEROR Iraq now feeling absolutely amazing. 4 eliminations up. IKURD going to be looking to push forward as well. You can see the side there of R8 just hanging over on towards that eastern side. Falcons, you got to watch for them as well as they start to push on through. Looking to play from the west onto the north. IKURD already with 4 eliminations up. So 3 players surviving. They could maybe do quite a bit. Speaking about doing quite a bit, you see CONQUEROR Iraq now finding themselves a few of the W7 players along the way. Up comes R8. Ida is down, right? So it's now reliant on Prestige to see if they can maybe outmaneuver anyone that is going to look to push up on them. The play is there though. CONQUEROR Iraq not yet seeing them. On IKURD. Ooh, IKURD can look to play the upset. W7, unfortunately, not going to be allowed to progress any further in this match. Twisted already on 8 eliminations. The highest count that we have between our surviving teams and also those that have already been sent away. Now Crypto looking to make a bit of a play. They do find J9. Crazy does find Crypto in turn. Badami could lock that nade in on point. Oh, is that going to be it? Yes, indeed! The nade comes through, and that is the end of the road. CONQUEROR Iraq getting taken out. And all those eliminations now just getting added into Twisted Minds, sitting with 11. IKURD holding nice and steady up towards the north. Falcons and Twisted, the only 2 teams left with 4 players. Oh, easy, quickly dispensing of a prestige there. So now we are down to IKURD, Twisted, and Falcons left to fight for that winner-winner chicken dinner. So Twisted, they've not yet had a winner-winner chicken dinner come through. Falcons, they've had the opportunity before. IKURD also now going to be looking to try and find a bit of a play here. So, yeah, let's see. It's either going to go for Twisted or IKURD, right? Both these teams still in need of those winner-winner chicken dinners. Falcons going to be feeling nice and comfortable. I mean, they've got a good amount of players remaining. They've got good positions up with regards to the zone. Bit of elevation to play. But then also Twisted Minds could really look to capitalize and utilize the terrain to their advantage, right? Knowing that the Falcons can't necessarily see all the way down to where they are. IKURD are trying to preemptively stop any initial pushes coming in their way. The blue zone is going to be forcing their hand. This is going to be that push now. Twisted really looking comfortable here. Taking quite a strong spread. Covering as much ground as they can. And in doing so, ensuring that no one is going to look to push through onto them. Right, so IKURD down to Golden. Up comes the nade. This could be Damar. Oh, it's close. It's close. Golden not having any players really at this point. Out goes the final nade. Yep, and there it is. It is going to be the end of the road. IKURD out with 5 elims. Now, it is between the Falcons and Twisted Minds to duke it out for that winner chicken dinner. But Twisted already just spreading out so drastically that they've essentially find themselves in a position where they can encircle the side here of the Falcons. Is he not just trying to clean up that shack a little bit? Suspecting that there could be someone held within. Salam trying to move up as well. Unfortunately, Pablo is not inside the shack. They are just on the opposite end. So you could maybe call that a bit of a bait and switch. Right, Never Alone is down. Ooh, the race has come through. Let's see if Twisted now will be able to capitalize. Oh, they do find Damar. Now it's going to be up to the remaining 3. Never Alone, Salam, and Pablo having to keep it all on target. Oh! Never Alone getting met. Salam goes down. Now it turns to Pablo to see if they can just survive. Of course, now Crypto spots them. Out comes the play. The push is there. The angles, the hits, now fishing through the smoke, and that is it. Twisted Minds securing their victory, their very first winner chicken dinner on Erangel for this season. Absolutely phenomenal work being done there. The first play for the phase as well. And their third winner chicken dinner in general. So what a play that is coming through from Twisted Minds. Just looking so great. Gotta love the aggression, right? The confidence that they just shown in that match. Moving forward, especially moving into these last few phases, just, dominating that zone, ensuring that nobody is going to get past them. So, yeah, mad respect going out to the side of Triple. As I've said already, or Twisted rather, right? Twisted now securing their third winner chicken dinner for the spring season. And, of course, well, their first one for this phase, as well as their first one on Erangel. So I really love what is happening for these teams. But, of course, well, we need to see what the point situation is, right? We need to take a look at those match rankings, see where the teams found themselves, how all of that impacts everything. But you just gotta love it, though. I mean, that was Twisted Minds, right? Just going absolutely rampant, securing 18 eliminations. I mean, that's insane, right? Where even does this come from, right? I mean, where was this Twisted Minds all the other times? Just loving it so much. Of course, that does up the performance that we've seen come through from them on Erangel, right? So Twisted Minds now sitting with a total of 94 points that they've been able to secure on Erangel so far. So that does add up, right? Really starting to move them up in general. But of course, we need to see a lot more of this, more consistently come through. So great start, but we need a little bit more. Let's take a look and see exactly what the leaderboard looks like. See, we need more of this. 18 winner chicken dinner, 18 elimination chicken. We want more of that for Twisted Minds. Yeah, they literally ripped stuff apart. I mean, they took down the equivalent of 4.5 teams. That is pretty dang crazy to see, though. Falcons and IKURD going through with their 5 eliminations. We've got CONQUEROR Iraq locking in on 6. NEXT and RTG then also on 5. And ONYX Ravens, unfortunately, being not in a position to secure themselves any points. I mean, that is quite interesting because they sit with a total of 148 points that they've been able to score on Erangel so far. But of course, now taking a look at the board, it is going to be a crypto domination, right? 6 eliminations, 2 of which came through from the utilities, with Evo Station sneaking in 1,072 damage. Very, very impressive. Golden as well as Tiger also then representing their teams there with the most distance and the longest hit, 241 meters. So very, very satisfying results coming through, but a big day for Twisted indeed. Let's take a look at these replays to see, of course, where all these performances came from. So Twisted also sitting on a grand total of 56 points for the day. I mean, that is pretty dang impressive. And they still, well, this was also their final match. So ending their day on a very, very strong note. Just trying to play as much of an overpowering play as they possibly can. So just so happy for the side of Twisted. We want to see more of this synergistic play. This was just like a beautiful example of what Twisted Minds can do. I mean, IKURD and Falcons also a really strong effort being brought through here. I mean, both of them secured on those 5 eliminations. Saad coming through saying, tasted. Yes, tasted. That was indeed the tasted binds that got themselves the winner chicken dinner. 2,900 damage, 18 eliminations. I mean, that's insane. The last time I saw the elimination count, it was set on 8. Right, so somehow, some way, somewhere, they got themselves an additional 10 secured. Take a look at their stats as well. Evo Station with that insane amount of damage. Dammy being able to play quite a bit of a dodgy, right? Sitting with only 162 damage received. With Crypto, the 6 eliminations. I mean, it is looking pretty strong on the side of Twisted. Unfortunately, we will not see that continue to move forward into the last match of the day because they're done, right? Group A, GANGSTERS, NEXT, NIGMA, and Twisted. That's it, right? We are going to be having the players from Brute Force, GEEKAY, NASR, and Vision joining us back out on the battlefield for the final match to see what they'll be able to do on that lovely Miramar. Twisted Minds has the fragging potential. They definitely have. I mean, there's no arguing that. Goat saying that today I can say Twisted Minds day of finally. Yes. I mean, they have the most points on board. Jumping from 3rd place up into 1st place just for the day, right? Not talking about the overall standings or the face standings. But yeah, that winner chicken dinner really working out phenomenally for them. So yeah, very, very chuffed with them. We'll take a look at the overall standings, I believe, at some point as well to get a bit of an idea as to where these teams find themselves. We did see quite a few moves now being created as a result of this past match. Speaking of which, here we go, jumping straight into that. So Twisted Minds, they've now moved up 3 slots up into pole position with 77 points. Vision, though, holding on to the most eliminations, sitting on 50. And then, of course, we got the players there from R8 coming through with the most placement points on 30, right? So just 1 more than Twisted. But a good play nonetheless. So Vision, R8, Quest getting moved down 1 position each due to that jump coming through from Twisted Minds. But nothing really changing further in the top 6. The top 7, though, we did see IKURD jumping up 4 positions. Team Falcons, they've jumped up 5 positions up into that 10 slot. So beautiful leap coming through there. NEXT also taking a 1 slot jump up into 16th. We did see CONQUEROR Iraq also with a beautiful upward trend into 18th. So I like these movements. We like it, we like it, we like it. But of course, now we need to see how much we're going to like it after this last match of the day. There's going to be that chance, there's going to be that opportunity to see exactly what the final Miramar will have in store for us. So we already seen Triple take, well, all the previous Miramars. But will they be able to find the final one, right? I think that is going to be the big question to have answered here. Will we see Triple being able to score triple chickens? Because they've already gotten all Miramars, right? As we know, Sanhok didn't work out. This last Erangel obviously didn't work out either. But it's all going to come down to how they play this last one. Now, based on the momentum they've been showing within the first two Miramars, I think there's a very high probability. But I think we're also going to know, firstly, if they survive at least the initial stage of the game, then we'll know that there's a very good chance for something to come through on that end. But also, then is more specifically, I think, once we see them finding a spot within zone, like we had in the previous two games, I think that could be the cue, right? I think that could be exactly the cue that Triple then needs. But yeah, it's all going to boil down to this last few plays to see exactly what that will have for us. In the meanwhile, if you have any predictions as to what you think the outcome will be sure to let me know in the chat, right? Curious to hear your thoughts. Curious to hear your predictions, right? So tell me what you think the flight path is going to be doing, where the zone is going to be going. Do you think Triple is going to be able to get the third winner chicken that on Miramar here today? I almost said Erangel, but that's not a map, right? Yeah, share your thoughts. Let me know what you think. I can see a lot of people in the chat very happy with Twisted Mind's performance, and rightly so, right? Twisted, it was about time. It was about time to see them step it up. But yeah, it's now all going to come down to this last play, right? Are we going to see any major shifts coming through with regards to the face standings? I mean, the day standings don't matter all too much because it's just for the day. Already, you know, some good things that we've seen on that end. But we are going to be interested in the phase as well as the overall, you know, because we're getting so close to knowing who's going to be making it up into the finals and who will be looking on from the lobbies, right? But yes, it is going to be go time, so predictions, right? Let me hear. I would like to see a nice zone though, right? As long as it's in the center, flying through the middle in some way, right? Either from north to south, east to west, north to west to southeast, whichever way, pick a direction. I just want to see a central flight path, and ooh, now I got to choose a zone. I'm going to go with something a little bit more towards Monte Nuevo El Pozo, right? Somewhere within that vicinity. If you agree, let me know. If you don't agree, let me know either which way, right? And note to self, don't throw your pens all over the place. Either which way. Let's see exactly what the map is going to be bringing in as we hop on down. Alright, so we are, again, starting on that eastern side. As you can see, Junkyard, Al-Azhar, Tierra Bronca, Cruz del Valle. But where is this flight path going? Ooh, it's heading straight across over towards El Pozo. Alright. I like it. Now we gotta see that zone, right? I wanna see a northern zone. Or maybe a western one. Or maybe a northwestern one. Either of those could work. It's now going to be down to the last little play. Come on, who's going to find it? Sometimes it feels like this plane is just going a little bit slow. I'm just so excited to see what exactly that will bring through. In the meanwhile, the rest of our teams are starting to make their way on down. Ooh. Okay. Similar to what we had in match 1, if I'm not mistaken, right? Very similar to what we had there. So let's see how the teams are going to be looking to play through. I mean, the previous one was a little bit further up north, but still very similar to this one. So let's see if the zone is going to be pulling into the exact same finish as we've had before. Right, to don't have any major hot drops coming through. We do see GEEKAY up in Picado, Twisted, so Triple rather, going to be pushing all the way down south, again up in towards Puerto. I mean, essentially, I think if any team wanted to stop Triple, they would definitely move all the way down. Knocking on the door, rushing Triple up in towards Puerto. But yeah, we're not seeing any hits coming through. ONYX Ravens with a very spread out drop though. I mean, Saad all the way down in La Driera. We got R all the way up towards Monte Nuevo. Lath and Saleh up towards Trailer Park and that far edge of zone. Definitely an interesting start there for the ONYX Ravens. But I think it's going to come down, statistically speaking, right, to either R8, GEEKAY, Quest, Sly, and maybe the Falcons? Because those are teams with the highest success rate so far. Right, in the meanwhile, we do also then see the players... Well, there's also a few teams, rather, that still are yet to get their first chicken secured on Miramar. So we got KR, RTG, IKURD, and then, of course, CONQUEROR Iraq, and the ARB champions, right? So if either of those teams could look to play the upset, I mean, we'll take it. I'm not going to say no. Because a chicken is a chicken, regardless, right? So let's see where this one will go. ARB is sitting with a grand total of 52 eliminations, so definitely not shy when it comes to aggression. Definitely not having as much luck with surviving into those later games. Crypto fan club coming through with the love to Crypto. Pretty sure Crypto does appreciate that. Of course, we don't have Crypto in the lobby because they've already played all their matches for today. Oh, no, wait. No, I'm on the wrong team. Yeah, Crypto is here. Is he not? I believe he is. Let me just double check. No, I was right. They've already played all their matches. See, I'm getting myself confused. But yes, Crypto and team has already concluded all their matches for the day. What we are left with is a beautiful list of teams that you can see on the site. Brute Force, GEEKAY, NASR, Vision, ARB, IKURD, R8, RTG, KR, Quest, Slide, Triple, CONQUEROR, ONYX, Falcons, and W7. That is the long list of teams. All 16 of them now having to play their way on through. Hey! Well, I mean, Spec showing us a different way to get yourself in the vehicle. But here we go, W7 now all the way up into La Cabrera. Very comfortable position with regards to looting. They also don't have anyone to worry about, so no major concerns. We are then also looking here at IKURD up in Chumacera. Same thing, right? Brute Force, very nice and casual up in towards Pozo. The only other team out here is going to be the side of ONYX Ravens with that exceptionally wide spread. Let's see where this will go as the teams are now just starting their approach, right? Prepping themselves up for a bit of a push further and further into zone. Speaking about into zone, that is exactly where RTG is. Very close to center. But they are going to have to share because we've got KR, Quest, NASR, all now starting to converge further and further onto that position. Let's see as we wait in anticipation for a few potential sounds to be made, right, aside from the buggy noises. We want to hear that as Pablo now starts to hammer through, looks to find a bit of a play on towards SK Ton. Oh, up comes Ragnarok. So R8 now just utilizing the terrain, trying to keep themselves a little bit more distant, right? Nice sound that the car makes. Sounds like a bit of auto-tune doing its thing. I think the player for Falcons is also just trying to secure themselves a position, not necessarily looking to aggress. But, you know, when presented with the opportunity, they are not going to say no. As Pablo does look to lay into Ragnarok and Esketon. Alright, so NASR in a bit of a position. I mean, they are absolutely encircled. Just look at that zone. Wow. Yeah, this is going to be a very, very hairy play. I mean, I don't see an easy way out of this zone. And of course, now we're waiting for the blue. Oh, it takes a sudden shift. The north is going to be an absolute sweat fest, right? GEEKAY, IKURD, ARB locked onto the western side of zone. I don't know if someone's going to dare to venture down in towards the center. I mean, Los Leones being kind of in the zone, but not exactly there. Impala, I think, is going to be the more appropriate position to potentially try and play for. Also, the compounds in between Los Leones and Impala are going to be absolutely stacked up. According to me, who is the best team in the Arabia region? Wow. That now, my friend, is a very, very good question with a difficult answer. Brute Force, Vision, Triple, and R8 getting the shoutouts here. The predictions to take a potential victory. Maybe we'll find out. Well, I mean, if I base my answer on what I've seen come through from the previous league stage, as well as the previous finals, right? It's tough. I mean, based on what we've seen with aggression just in the last finals, NASR were the stronger team, right? Because they found the most eliminations. So purely based on that, they are pretty strong. We've got Quest also being quite a formidable force. I mean, Brute Force, they've shown good consistency in the previous season. This season so far, it's an entirely different situation, right? Because the teams are playing the season quite differently. So I think in order to make a good assessment of which team is strong in this region, right? I don't think there's one team that is the best, right? There are many teams that are strong. Because again, to answer the question, you need to be more specific with regards to what, right? Because these teams all have their strengths in different places. But I guess at the end of the day, it just boils down to which team has a lot more different strengths that they could use to their advantage, right? NIGMA Galaxy definitely not being a bad team. There's no arguing that. They are exceptionally proficient when it comes to maps like Miramar and Erangel. They've shown that in the previous season. This season so far, I mean, they've been able to replicate a lot of those efforts, but what I appreciate from NIGMA is that this season, they've also put a lot more focus on their overall Sanhok performance. So that to me shows a really good amount of balance coming through. As I mentioned, Quest in the finals, they were just absolutely popping off. I mean, they played a little bit more reserved throughout the league stage. So I think looking at league stage, it's difficult to make an accurate call on what these teams are capable of, because a lot of them, I think, are holding back on a lot of their strategies, right? Not looking to reveal all just yet, right? They're kind of saving that once we get into the finals. But yeah, there's many strong teams here. I mean, even just based on where we are right now throughout this league, based on this current phase, I mean, Twisted Minds, they've also been stepping up quite a bit. This season, we are seeing a much stronger performance come through from R8. I mean, 8 winner chicken dinners, that's insane, right? But Quest, they hold up the consistency. They are sat on 7 winner chicken dinners. GEEKAY, NIGMA also then sitting on 7. The addition of Coops has made their fragging strong. Yes, and I mean, Coops came in from the past season as well. This new Twisted is under construction. They will play better as they are near right now. I mean, even looking at what they're doing right now, right? They are not playing bad. Right? You can't say, oh, this is, this is not looking good for them. I mean, they are currently sitting with the most points for this phase so far. Right? You can see that at the top of the screen. Right? The results are there. They've also been having the greatest day. Sitting with 56 points just for the day. So that means that today has been a phenomenal run for Twisted, right? 21 points coming through on day 1. 56 in day 2. I mean, that's insane. That's crazy. Right? But yeah, to answer your question is quite difficult. Damar, that is quite a difficult question to answer. Because there are many, many different things that play into being able to answer that question. But instead of saying who I think is the best, I just think there are a bucket load of strong teams here. Many of them. There could even be 20 of them right on the screen. Well, we can only see 16, but you know what I'm saying. Alright, over on towards the eastern side, it is going to be Brute Force. Ooh, Conqueror and Falcons getting right down to business. Look at that spray, though. Damar just going to town. Welcoming in the side of Brute Force with open barrels. Yeah, Dami has been playing very strong today. So Twisted are, I believe they are quite happy with having Dami in the crew. Ooh, J9 just locking it in as Damar goes down. Ooh. Falcons now just trying to lock it in here. Trying to lock it in. So R8 are just playing on the ridge, looking for a bit of an opportunity. Unfortunately, Brute Force will get the upper hand and send the side of Conqueror Iraq right back from whence they came. Fancy way of saying right back to the lobby. Meanwhile, Brute Force now trying to see if they can find a bit of that vision play. I mean, we are yet to see Brute Force step up consistently like they did in the spring season. Like, the 7 winner chicken dinners, that is just insane to have. But you can see some of the teams, sometimes they have a good day, other times they have a good week, other times they have a good entire season, right? That all comes down to the mental side of things, right? Because it's not about skills. They all are really, really skilled players. I mean, otherwise they wouldn't have made it all the way up into the Pro League. But the challenge comes in maintaining that mental focus. Because this is long, right? This is 18 days of gameplay. And at least 4 hours each day. And this is not your everyday kind of focus. This is very niche focus, right? You have to be on top of everything. But, of course, at the end of the day, these players are all just human, as we all are. They are doing absolutely phenomenal things. I am in absolute admiration. Let's see now what the Falcons are going to be bringing onto the side here of Brute Force. I mean, Ador Mine caught in a bit of a tough spot. Does seem like the Falcons are definitely going to be looking to test them out. Oh, but of course, up comes NASR. Xenox reaching in from afar. And that could be exactly the kind of play that Brute Force does not need at this point. Now to add to that, We do see the side of Vision also now starting to venture up. We do see Saif just off on the edge. But here we go. Mind Ado not down just yet. Ooh, nice bit of a trade. Oh, there we go. Ado finds Never Alone. Now this could be the turning point. Salam, the last one left for the Falcons. NASR looking to play the upset. Sanhok just being such a menace for the side of Falcons. Oh, no, no. Discrim rushing in. Oh, that is the end of Brute Force Vision. Oh, man. Why did you have to do that? Well done to them, though. 6 eliminations up for Vision. Very exciting stuff. But now the zone has pulled over to that western side. So NASR has to relocate. But here we go. Oh, nicely done. Brat, brat, brat. Yeah, so Damar, doing essentially anything at this level with this amount of focus for this duration, it is difficult, right? It is not easy. But you know what? You gotta make it work. You gotta make it work. Speaking about making it work, let's see what IKURD can do here as they need to get the rest of their squad back in the zone. 13 now going to be looking to pick up Golden. Bra, bra, tap, yep, there we go. So IKURD now down to 3. But unfortunately not a single point in sight for them just yet. Ooh, nice nade though from KR. Woo! Really playing quite a bit of a difficult spot onto the side here of NASR. Hey, hey, hey. There we go. There we go. I mean, looking at the performance that we've had from NASR so far over all the previous days, right, all the way up to here, they've been able to cause at least 35,000 damage, 35,709. That is pretty crazy. But up comes the push now. NASR going to be trying to add on a few more. Already 5 eliminations up. Are they going to be able to find that last little bit? Oh, there we go. Figures though. Just denying starch any access. And now the push going to come through. Who is going to follow in here? Will it be KR or NASR to close it off? Still a little bit of a way to go to get themselves secured into that next zone. But I don't think either of them are going to be feeling all too phased just yet, right? Just got to keep a cool, calm head. Batika Hassan left to carry the name forward. Spec Xenox could be a formidable duo. A lot of patience coming through, but they are going to be running out of time very, very soon as the blue will start to catch up with them. So very limited time. Oh, NASR now trying to make it work. Already finding quite a bit of damage into Batika, but unfortunately KR will be holding on, holding strong as they do close it up. ARB now looking to push on, coming in with that 2-2 split. RTG getting crashed on as W7 looks to move on through. Oof, but they down to 2. Oh, W7 in trouble now. Waleed trying to defend. I mean, first they look to get a bit aggressive, but now they have to go the opposite end. Go from offensive to defensive. RTG still holding steady. Still got all 4 players up. Groza does get knocked on down yet again. ARB Smoker could be looking to play a little bit of an upset. Yep, there we go. IKURD getting closed off all the way down on that far southern edge of zone. Meanwhile, Volt and the rest of Vision now just circling around R8. They already found that play onto Batika coming through from KR as well. Now it's up to Hassan to try and survive. Pushing Hassan up on the hill. R8 taking so much damage. Hassan just laying it on super, super thick. Oh, Waleed coming in with the reach. Oh, now they're getting pushed. Oh, yeah, that's it. Done and dusted. RTG about to defend as AR comes knocking on their door. Ricardo with a bit of a trade, trying to find it up in the window. R8 getting sent out in 8th place. RTG now picking up the pieces. 4 eliminations up already. ARB down to a 2-piece. It is going to be Ricardo and QTEL now left to defend. One well-placed nade coming through from RTG. Could really play quite a bit of a difficulty onto the side of ARB. Oh, but of course then, it is going to be a little bit of a play out the windows. The shots continue to rain on down. Ricard feeling a little bit emboldened here. Is going to be looking to close it up. Oh, yeah. RTG, they've breached. Oh, Ricardo, effortless spray. This is now RTG in quite a bit of trouble. Ooh! ONYX Ravens, though. Coming through with quite a bit of a gracious save. The nade is flying in. There we go. Saad only saving RTG so they can take them down themselves. There we go. Easy claps now. QTEL getting robbed of those eliminations. RTG, though, getting sent out with 6. Volt with a good bit of a play there onto the slime machines. It's utilizing that body bus as their last bit of hard cover. Again, yet to try and get themselves positioned towards that zone. Oh, Saif tried. They tried. Now, the rest of Vision could maybe still pick up a bit of momentum here. Still have a 3-piece left, but with Volt out in the open, that is not going to be an easy one to contest. Down to the final 6 we go. Vision already sitting on 8 eliminations. Sly sitting on 6. KR up on 5. ONYX Ravens going to be looking to lock it down. GEEKAY with a 3-piece over onto the edge of zone, but Saleh now just relentlessly tapping away at this and Tapok. There we go. End of the road in sight. Now 3 teams remain. There's going to be ONYX Ravens, Vision, and GEEKAY. Vision could be running into a little bit of an issue here, as they've got only 1 player left. Never mind that. They got taken on down. And now it is ONYX Ravens and GEEKAY. ONYX Ravens, they have the numbers advantage. Not quite sure if they have the zonal advantage, but we do have Lath and R positioned on high. A quick replay looking back at what happened. Bop, 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 bop. Oh, Hassan playing a very dangerous game. But here we go. One of these teams are going to be able to pick it up. ONYX Ravens on 8. GEEKAY currently sitting on 4. Ooh, look at the play though. The positioning coming through as the ONYX Ravens are starting to encircle the side here of GEEKAY. Right, so they got a 2-1-1 split. Saad holding on to that northern side. Saleh all the way over towards the west. Now it's going to be R and Lath trying to fly down the hill. Fortunately, they are Ravens, so there could be a bit of that opportunity now to come through. Alright, so here we go. ONYX Ravens are starting with their push. Coming through from the western side. Instead looking to condense their position. Not looking to play too much of a split. But ONYX Ravens only a 3-piece. Or GEEKAY rather, only a 3-piece. Now they're going to have two defenders. Hope gets spotted. The shots are there. It's up to Santa and Gaith. But if you ask me, that is exactly the duo that you would want for the GEEKAY side. So let's see how this one plays out. ONYX Ravens, a little bit hesitant, but they won't have much of an option here. The blue zone is going to force their hand. They will have to push in. This is the 9th stage. Nothing else now going to come through. That is going to be the hits connecting up onto it. Santa, the opener, has played onto Hope. ONYX Ravens potentially holding onto a 3-piece. Saad and Lath coming through as the 2 carries for the team. You see with regards to those eliminations. But up comes the push. Who is going to be the one to lock it in? GEEKAY though, yeah, going to be looking to up the ante. Now starting to find that momentum already. Finding 2 knocks into the side of ONYX Ravens. Up comes the push. Saleh just on the outskirts, but instead is going to be Lath on high. Looking to play onto Gaith. Blue zone going to come constricting on through. Trying to limit the options here for the ONYX Ravens. And in fact, all the players... Oh, there's the push. The play. The Saleh opening the door, but the hit continues to rain on in. Gaith now getting focused on here by Lath. The jump shot is there, and that is GEEKAY securing the winner chicken dinner. The final one here for the day to close up all our proceedings. GEEKAY going absolutely crazy. What a play that has been, though. I mean, an absolutely exciting performance. Things quieted down a little bit closer to the end with ONYX Ravens and the players there from the side of GEEKAY. Not necessarily looking to get overly aggressive, but at least, right, we were able to wrap all of it up. See who our team was that would be taking that winner chicken dinner. And of course, GEEKAY stepping up, getting that performance secured. So what an absolutely exciting ton of events we've had so far. Of course, for GEEKAY, that is their 4th winner chicken dinner coming in on the Miramar map. So what a play, though. I mean... that is just quite scary to look at, right? To think that there's a team in here holding such a presence. The other contenders that we have with pretty strong chickens, of course, then is the side of R8, as we've seen numerous times before, but unfortunately, it wasn't exactly on the cards. But you got to give it up to ONYX Ravens. I mean, they tried to defend it as best they can, coming through with a decent performance. I mean, 8 eliminations, that is nothing to scoff at, so well done to them. We also saw Vision locking in quite a few of those points as well. But speaking of points, we are going to be taking a look at that leaderboard in a short moment to see exactly where the teams find themselves after this last match. And of course, how all of that then impacts our overall standings with regards to these teams as well. We do have a few shifts and plays and things coming through. Of course, Twisted Minds not going to be contested for the top position of the day. The top point earners coming through here. So very, very happy for the side of Twisted. And I mean, doing that with only one winner chicken dinner, right? That is the most elimination and placement points that they've been able to secure so far. 34 and 22 placements. Picking up points. Here we go into the match. It is GEEKAY, ONYX, and Vision picking up 8 eliminations each. So a very impressive play across the board there for them, resulting in 18, 14, and 13 points. But as we move to that bottom page, it is going to be IKURD and Quest that will unfortunately get sent back empty-handed. A quick look back at a few of these amazing performances that we had. Vision definitely being quite a bit of a menace here with regards to the aggression. RTG also going to be trying to hold on as best they could, as you can see the ONYX Ravens. I mean, they definitely upped the ante, leading into those final few plays. But essentially, things then really quieting down as we came to that last attempt, right? That last bit of effort that needed to be secured. But yeah, Lath on the roof. I mean, it would have been cool if it was Gaze to take down Lath, but either which way, it is what it is. GEEKAY, though, going through with 2393 with regards to damage, and a very even spread across the board if you look at the eliminations. But the damage definitely, you know, well, varying as we go through, right? 1600, 1600, 17, 18, and then GEEKAY doing what GEEKAY does when it comes to this insane map. But what a performance nonetheless, though. Very, very impressive stuff being played here. Gotta appreciate all the effort that has been done so far. But of course, we need to see how all of this then impacts our phase positions, right? As we know, the teams are going to be playing, at least for this phase, for the top 12. But also, we are adding all the points over to the running leaderboard, right? The big overall leaderboard, as that is essentially what, you know, this is all for, to see who's going to be making it up into those finals. So, yeah, a lot of excitement, a lot of movement coming through here as the teams keep on moving all over the place. We've had 2 big shifts come through within the overall rankings, but within the phase, many moves has just been played out based on this last match. So hopefully we'll be taking a look at that very, very soon. Of course, in the meanwhile, we are going to be taking a look at who our MVP is for this one, right, for today. So if you've got any predictions as to who the MVP is, let me know in the chat before we get into that, as we'll be taking a look. And of course, we're also going to be taking a look at who got all our chickens, right? As we know, Triple, well, they got both of the first 2 Miramar secured, and then things started to change up a little bit as we proceeded through the rest. But we'll be taking a look at that pretty soon as well. Of course, curious to hear what your thoughts are for the day, right? What you think of your team's performance. Are you happy with what they've done? Are you not happy? Let me know, right? Any other comments, you're welcome to drop in, as long as it's obviously game related. We got the mud coming through with a channel there saying that it could be Crypto to take the MVP of the day. Of course, there's only going to be one way to find out, right? We need to step in and see exactly what that is. Of course, it's not available right yet, but we will be taking a look at that very, very soon. Well, I mean, here it is. And the winner is Dammy. Dammy is the star of the show here today. So still from the side of Twisted Minds. But great to see Dammy then coming through with their representation, showing us everything that they can bring in. 1,734 damage getting delivered. Very, very aggressive performance here from the side of Twisted Minds. Gotta love all the sweaty, sweaty action. But yeah, Twisted having a phenomenal day. The best day that they've had so far. 56 points. Wow, wow, wow. I mean, it's not the crazy one that we've seen, right? We've seen a 60-plus day, but still, for Twisted, this is the best that they've had. 34 eliminations across their 4 matches that they've played. 22 placement points. Yeah, Twisted Mind's going to be feeling very, very satisfied with that performance. I want to see more of that. Speaking about performances, here we go. Looking at the phase points, it is going to be Vision now just swapping places with Twisted Minds, moving up on 88 points. Just 11 points ahead. Vision, though, with the most eliminations for the day, for the phase, sitting on 58. We do have R8 with the most placement points of 31. Right, so it's very close within the top 3. Of course, GEEKAY, they've moved up 1 into 4th. We got NASR, they've moved up 2 slots into 6th place. And then, of course, the rest of the teams just moving about, right? R8, they still locked into 3rd place, so no major shifts coming through with regards to their positioning. But we can see R8 Quest and Triple all sitting on those double chickens. I mean, Triple securing all those chickens here today, so a very, very happy day on that end. Meanwhile, as we take a look at the second page, Slime Machine, they've moved up 3 slots into 9th. ONYX Ravens climbing up 5 into 10th place. Then, of course, we got Brute Force right there as well. ARB also with a beautiful upward trend, moving up 1 slot. We got RTG, then also up 2 into 15th. And then, of course, well, as a result of this, a lot of other movement downwards coming through from the rest of our teams. KR continuing with an upward trend here, also then moving themselves up into 18th position. So a very happy day across the board for a lot of the teams, being able to secure a few decent points along the way as well. Then, of course, with regards to our overall standings, we did see GEEKAY and NIGMA actually swap places, right? GEEKAY now at the top of the log. NIGMA just below them, trailing by 7 points. And then, of course, NASR W7 again swapping places. So NASR yet once more back up into 15th place, with W7 getting moved down into 16th. So a very exciting day, quite a bit of movement coming through with regards to our leaderboards as the teams continue to rake in those points. And that is not going to stop anytime soon, right? It will continue all the way through day 3, day 4, and up into day 5 until we get the end of the league stage. So there's going to be a lot to look forward to, as the teams will still be presented with at least 12 more opportunities to try and secure themselves a few more points. Not only to qualify for the last Livic of this phase and the season, but also then, you know, it is time for finals. Brute Force has absolutely choked hard today. I don't know if Brute Force choked hard. I mean, looking at the points that they were able to bring in for the day, I mean, 25 points, that's not bad. They're sitting in 6th place with regards to points earned. So I wouldn't consider that a choke, right? Not in particularly as crazy of a performance as we've seen in previous days from Brute Force, but definitely I don't think that was a choke, right? I think a choke looks a little bit different. Even looking at Brute Force's performance that they brought to the battlefield yesterday, I mean, yesterday they only got 16 points, right? So 16 versus the 25 from today, and a winner chicken dinner. Yeah, I don't think that's a joke, right? Brute Force still keeping it nice and contentious, keeping it nice and strong. But yeah, I think it's all going to down to how teams are going to be playing through through the last 3 days, right? And that is going to be the big determining factor to see who will be making up into those finals, and of course also who will be able to play the Livic that we are going to be having all the way on day number 5 for match number 6. So quite a bit to look forward to, as we know then, for our teams. But if you've got any thoughts, any predictions, be sure to drop them in the chat. Let's see what your thoughts are of how these teams have been progressing so far. In the meanwhile, we of course then slowly approaching the end of our day here as well. So if you want to dip out, be my guest, we are essentially done. I'm just going to play a very long goodbye, because that's kind of all I can do at this point, right? Because I am waiting to see that last little bit here before we actually get into the end of the day, waiting for those replays to come on through. So yeah, very exciting day number 2. I mean, Twisted Minds smiling all the way to the bank. Triple also having a phenomenal play. 32 points in total, 12 eliminations, 2 winner chicken dinners. So that was 4 eliminations in the first chicken, 5 coming through on their 5th one, on the second one for the day, right? Match number 3. But yeah, we love these upsets. We love these upsets. Not as dominating players we had back yesterday, where we had only 3 teams securing chickens. What do we have here? But they have one of the biggest, Brute Force. They have some of the strongest gunpowder in the lobby. But their positioning is really a problem in this tournament. Yeah, they are struggling to consistently get themselves into those later stages of the game, right? But it's a thing that they could potentially look to fix. Let's see, maybe it could happen on day number 3. In the meanwhile, I'm going to peace out. This is not peace out, but you get what I'm saying, right? So on that one, we look forward to see you guys all back again on day number 3 as we continue with this last stretch of the phase. Until then, remember to stay fresh, stay frosty, and of course, we'll see you all later. So I'm going to take my face off screen pretty soon. But yeah, have a great day. Remember, we're not here tomorrow. We're back on Monday. There we go. Monday, same time, same place. Until then, keep fresh.